Good afternoon. On behalf of the All Ladies League, I welcome you all to Day 2 of the Women Economic Forum 2016. And I welcome you again to this very special session, Future Direction for Global Trade and Partnerships Among Nations. I welcome our distinguished panelists for the session on the stage now. We have joining us His Excellency Demo Mbajle, Ambassador of Gambia to India. Yes, we'll wait for him. I call upon His Excellency Mr. Milan Hovorka, Ambassador of the Czech Republic to India. We'll wait for him also. His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Mohammed, High Commissioner of Maldives to India. Welcoming Harbeen as well. I call upon Frederica Ombrand. We'll wait for her. Aminata Thiam, First Secretary, the Republic of Guinea to India. Welcome, Aminata. Sorry for dragging you. She speaks fluent French. Let her speak in French. I call upon Jamel Bojdaria, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Tunisia to India. Mr. Bharatlal Meena to join us on the stage, please. He's the Additional Chief Secretary of Karnataka and the Founder President of Apna Desh. To the very entrusted hands of Harbeen.
Thank you very much, Mansi. You have amazing energy. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here with diplomats here, His Excellencies here. I welcome His Excellency of Maldives over here. Thank you, sir, for being here. Deputy Chief of Mission of Morocco over here. Thank you, sir. Tunisia, sorry, I beg your pardon. Very sorry for that. Over here, First Secretary of Guinea over here, and Additional Chief Secretary of the State of Karnataka over here. Sorry, I got mixed up with the Francophone countries. So here we are. I will now request Ambassador of Maldives to give the opening address on the subject today on global partnerships between our countries. And in the current climate, as we have today, with not much understanding, cultural understanding among nations, which is increasingly reducing, and there is a fear of divisiveness, there is a lot of impact on trade that it has, because trade thrives in a climate of peace, stability, understanding, and friendship. What are the current challenges that you see today, and how do you think, what are the next strategies we can use to especially, let's say, a country like Maldives or in the Pacific region, what would be the ways forward? Because we also have a lot of cultural affinity as well. So what would be the strategies on the way forward that you foresee? I hope you could address some of those points in your inaugural address. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Dr. Harbin, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be addressing the Women Economic Forum organized by the Old Ladies League. I would like at the outset to thank the organizers, the Old Ladies League, for giving me this opportunity to speak at this forum. I'm not sure whether I will be able to address all the issues which Dr. Harbin just mentioned, but I will try to touch upon some of them. As trade borders across the world shrink, the dynamics of global trade and partnerships, as the trade borders across the world shrink, the dynamics of global trade and partnerships among nations comes to the center stage. When we talk of the future direction for global trade and partnership among nations, we need to take a look at the mechanisms and commitments that are in place to address and play a catalytic role in promoting the role of women in global trade. One very important aspect in this regard are the recently adopted Sustainable Development Goals in September 2015. Each Sustainable Development Goal has specific targets to be achieved over the 15 years. For the goals to be reached, everyone needs to do their part. Everyone, including the government, the private sector, the civil society, and individuals like you and me. More relevant to the topic of this session is Goal 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. The targets under this goal relate to trade include promotion and establishment of an open, non-discriminatory and equitable multilateral trading system under the World Trade Organization. Increasing the exports from developing countries, and in particular developing the share of the least developed countries and the small island developed nations like the Maldives by 2020. And implementing of duty-free and quota-free market access for all the least developed countries and small island developing states. Success of the Sustainable Development Goals depend on the stability of the global economy and the capacity and ability of the countries to make policy choices aimed at achieving the goals. As such, efficient and effective resource mobilization, private resource flows, official development assistance, effective governance systems in the global economy, capacity building and partnerships, among others, are crucial tools required to achieve these goals. In the case of Maldives, we have achieved 5 out of the 8 Millennium Development Goals, ahead of the 2015 deadline, making the Maldives the only MDG plus country in South Asia. Similarly, we are committed to implement and work towards the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals and targets as well. Ladies and gentlemen, before we can fully concentrate on building global partnerships in trade, we need to review and place the local context, the national context, in order. When we talk of global trade, we cannot ignore women, who comprise nearly 50% of the population. Creating more opportunities for women in trade is the way forward. This would lead to increased participation of women entrepreneurs in the global value chain, ensuring economic benefits for them and the society as a whole. In the Maldives, a gender equality diagnostic study has been completed. The study aimed at exploring the opportunities that women can access to to increase their participation in economic sectors. Some of the challenges in the development of women entrepreneurs in Maldives, and I'm sure in many parts of the world, include, among others, cultural stereotypes deterring women from entering and fully participating as entrepreneurs. Limited access to resources also is a hindrance to start and run their own enterprises. Lack of information about markets and poor infrastructure and high utility costs such as electricity and water supply and transport are also among other hindrances. Therefore, based on these findings, the government is focusing its policies on designing women-specific business development services, facilitating credit support programs, further development of the legal and regulatory framework through consultative processes, and conducting gender-sensitive value chain analysis, among other things. We, being a small island nation, the Maldives faces the harsh realities of happenings in the globe as well. For example, Maldives is one of the highest exports of Maldives is tourism, the services sector. When we have instability in the region, when we have instability beyond the region, the tourism sector is affected. For example, the 9/11 event, the Iran-Iraq war, the recent crisis in France, all these affects the Maldives economy. Therefore, to build global partnerships, as Dr. Harbin was saying, we need to have peace and stability in the region and beyond. And that plays a crucial role in addressing the concerns of establishing global partnerships, whether it's in trade or whether it's in any other sector. Therefore, in conclusion, I would like to state that to establish partnerships that promote global trade, achieving the sustainable development goals and targets is the challenge we should shoulder today for the prosperity of all. And also, before I conclude, as I was saying, Maldives tourism sector is the only pillar on which the economy rests. As a small island developing nation, the inherent development challenges, economic challenges are immense. We may be out of the least developed country's status, but being a small island economy, environmental vulnerability and vulnerability to external shocks remain the same. So I'd like to invite all of you as a first step to visit Maldives after the Women's Economic Forum. My colleague from Czech Republic is going to do so very soon after the Economic Forum, and I thank him for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. The wonderful takeaways are there for taking the future direction of global trade is promote more women in trade. They are the ones through people-to-people exchange going to take it forward and invest heavily in human resource development. Those are the two ways that we can energize global trade and partnership through greater economic activity and entrepreneurship. Your Excellency, I must also share on the 19th of May, we have an entrepreneur who is doing business in the Maldives with the Soneva Resorts. He owns them. So Sonu Shivdasani is going to be here, and we are planning with him a Maldives Regional Women Economic Forum. So I must share with you, and that might be an opportunity for all of us to go there. So thank you for the beauty in your country. It energizes us all. I will now call upon the ambassador of Gambia, who is here with us today, to share his thoughts. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dr. Habina Arora, the Global Chairperson, the Director General, All Ladies League, Mrs. Babita Pandita, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and honor for me to address this very august gathering. I was asked to speak on the topic, Africa as the New Frontier. Well, Africa as a new frontier is undeniable. And I will start it with a quotation from Mahatma Gandhi, who said, and I quote, "It is not the whistle that moves the train, but the power harnessed in the steam," end of quote. And Dr. Martin Luther King of the United States also said, and I quote, "We shall not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character." These are very revealing messages on the situation and status of Africa and with its people. Because when we talk about Africa, many associate it with backwardness, with poverty, and, quote, uncivilized black continent, first as an expression of racism, and second as an expression of economic superiority. Well, let me first start with the political transitions in Africa. And I will quote Mahatma Gandhi, who said, I quote, "When we know that everything has two sides, let us look at the bright side only," end of quote. And therefore, here I come to talk to you about Africa as a new frontier. Africa, as many of you know, many developments have taken place across the continent. In this regard, we have seen the peaceful transfer of power in Nigeria, in Senegal, in Ghana, in Sierra Leone, in South Africa, in Liberia, among others. This shows the maturity of the African democracy and the steadfastness of good governance in the continent. Such peaceful transfer of power set an important precedent for other African leaders who are facing their own electoral contests. At any rate, Africa is moving towards the path of political systems prepared or preferred, quote unquote, by the civilized world. An impressive development took place recently in Senegal, as you are aware, when President Macky Sall made headlines when he announced plans to actually reduce presidential terms from 7 years to 5 years. It is hoped that this new proposal would set an example for other African leaders and demonstrate that there is a limit to power. On the question of human rights, peace and security on the continent, the issues of human rights, peace and security are very much alive across the African continent. The European Union, the African Union, the United Nations, and United States of America are all calling for reforms and commitments towards the achievement of peace and security in conflict areas and the respect for human rights across Africa. You have seen and heard about the efforts of the international community in finding lasting solutions to the conflicts in South Sudan, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Libya, Central Africa, Mali, Nigeria with the Boko Haram issue, Somalia, Burundi, and other places on the continent. While the situation remained fragile, the rapid and external African interventions demonstrated that the world can join forces to restore peace, security, and democratic order and protect the citizens of these countries. Still on this topic, you heard about a more diverse party in South Africa, with the Democratic Alliance opposition electing its first black leader, showing a weakening of racial politics in that country. You also heard about the move against the former dictator, Hissène Habré of the Republic of Chad, for war crimes and torture, and the call for justice for such abuses under his regime. And we remember the pushback from Kenya's civil society on an undemocratic security law which sought to extend and expand state control over the media, limit refugee rights, extended detention of terrorist suspects without trial, among other provisions. A number of other parliamentary pro-democracy protests in the Democratic Republic of Congo and strong regional response to the crisis in Burundi, the Pan-African Solidarity March on Human Rights for LGBT people, all of these account for the progress Africa is making towards a new world order to guarantee a conducive environment for socio-economic development. Now, we look at the economic boom that is taking place in Africa. Africa is experiencing an economic boom. Africa is predicted to have the largest economic growth of any continent over the next decade. And the boost has already begun. As domestic industries, entrepreneurs, and foreign investors prepare to take advantage of this growth, the economies of at least a dozen countries have expanded by more than 6% a year for the past 6 or more years. Ethiopia's grew by 7.5% this year. A number of big countries appear to be headed for 10%. And concrete middle classes are forming across the African continent. African households have annual income greater than $3,000. By 2016, that number is expected to reach 100 million, a number almost equivalent to India's today. And in terms of business, Africa is likely to see gross domestic product growth of 6% next year and 6.5% in sub-Saharan Africa, according to the African Development Bank. As at now, India's trade position with Africa stands at over $70 billion. And also, Chinese investments in Africa is now more than $100 billion. America and Brazil are also engaged in a big push for trade, commerce, and investment initiatives with Africa. This shows that there is a new scramble for Africa because of the huge mineral endowment of the continent, in addition to its political weight in world affairs. Good governance. African nations can break dependence on food imports and enough to feed a growing population within a generation, despite extra strains from climate change, according to a study that was revealed on Thursday. Research into new crops resistance to heat, droughts, or floods, better support for small-scale farmers, and greater involvement by national leaders in setting policies in sectors from transport to education are taking place. In the area of health, you must have heard recently that Burkina Faso became the first country to begin a nationwide campaign to introduce a new vaccine that promises to get rid of the entire region of the primary causes of epidemic meningitis, the United Nations Health Agency announced recently. The first vaccine designed specifically for Africa, called Meningitis Africa vaccine, is expected to help health workers eliminate meningitis epidemics in about 25 countries that are suffering from the disease. As you are aware, West Africa has now overcome the Ebola crisis, which had a toll on the economies as well as the socio-economic fabric of the societies concerned. In terms of technology, I will just take one example of a country in Africa, Kenya. Kenya is by far the most exciting, innovative mobile money market on earth. Mr. Kopo, and recently of Frontline SMS Credit, is considered to be one of the leading experts on mobile money, banking, and payment in Africa. Kopo aims to make significant integration of microfinance and mobile money as a way of life in Africa. Kenya is ready to introduce a climate change exchange platform to facilitate the trading of carbon credits and help tackle climate change. Being developed by the Ministry of Finance and assisted by a carbon trading consulting company called BIA International, the exchange will be known as Nairobi Climate Exchange. It will be the first of its kind on the continent and will facilitate trading in carbon credit. All these developments goes to show that Africa is on the rise. As it is commonly said, yesterday it was Europe and America's turn in economic prosperity and development. Today, it is Asia's turn in economic prosperity and development. But tomorrow, it shall be Africa as the new frontier. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's absolutely critical for us to all start thinking of Africa as the new frontier and having Africa consciousness. At the Women Economic Forum, we have many, many countries of Africa represented, and there's absolute emphasis on women doing exchange and collaboration and trade among themselves and building bonds. I will now request His Excellency, Ambassador of the Czech Republic, Milan Hovorka, to take the stage. Your Excellency.
Good afternoon to you all. First of all, I have to apologize for being late in coming. Then I would like to join my predecessors in expressing my gratitude to organizers for inviting me to come and address this important gathering of global women entrepreneurs from across the world and representatives of both government and non-government sectors, focusing on various issues faced by today's world and increasingly important role of women in searching for appropriate answers to these challenges. I was asked to address the issue of future direction for world trade and partnerships about nations. And I have to say that because of extremely heavy schedule, I haven't had time enough to give more considered thoughts to what I should say this afternoon. But instead of extending my apologies and not coming, I just told myself that for someone who has been in the shop for more than 30 years, it should pose no difficulty to address this important subject. And I apologize in advance if I do it in a somewhat disorganized manner. And the first point I would like to mention is, I would like to restate the obvious. And the obvious is that the world has changed dramatically over the couple of decades. And it has become more global, it has become more interdependent, but, and it's also the reality, that trade has been playing excessively important role. It has increased more than 10 times over the couple of decades, and it is not only the volume and the value of trade that has increased quite dramatically. It is also the pattern of trade flows that have changed because of progress in different kind of transport, communication and information technologies. Then the landscape of global trade has changed. And also in the future, I'm convinced that it will reflect the realities of power and demographics. And already today it is no longer the US, the European Union. Although I have to say, as a representative of the Czech Republic, and you know that the Czech Republic is a proud member of the European Union, we will continue to be an important market for our partners. But it will be more and more emerging economies. It will be more and more Asian countries. China has emerged as a major trade hub. I am privileged to represent the Czech Republic to India, which has ambition to become yet another global manufacturing hub. And when we just heard colleagues and friends of mine from Africa, and Ambassador of Gambia is absolutely right. African countries have made tremendous efforts to put their countries on the path of political stability, economic prosperity, and deal with pressing problems of the poverty. And our task of developed nation is to provide markets, to help them create new export capacity. But not only in that traditional way, focusing on commodities, low value-added products. What we have to do is to help them to increase their share in high value-added products and services. And this is also what duty-free and quota-free market access for LDCs is about. I believe that a colleague of mine from Maldives alluded to that particular and important element. So if I look into the future, really I see Africa. And I see substantially increased share of Africa in global trade flows. Then what we are witnessing is the spread of integrated production value chains. More and more companies take decision to localize their or various parts of their production in cost most effective markets. And I believe this is also what is happening here in India and in other countries of the region. And then increased investment perfectly match with new trade flows as new investments, in fact, fuel new trade. And it works also the other way around when trade fuels new investment. So it's a new phenomenon which also makes us to approach from a different perspective what we traditionally consider as international trade. Because quite often we may have trade flows between the Czech Republic and Brazil, or the Czech Republic and India. In fact, this is international trade in traditional sense. But bulk of that trade is in fact intra-community trade. And very often products, the same product, is crisscrossing borders of the same country. I believe that, again, colleague from Maldives, he talked about investment in education. And I perfectly agree with him, as I believe that in the future it will be more and more about ideas, about the environment allowing companies which are ready to invest, allowing these companies to grow. For me, future trade flows will be more and more about new ideas. It will be more and more about designs. And then it is also about something I would call coherence in global policy making. A reference has been made to the World Trade Organization. I had the privilege to serve as ambassador of the Czech Republic to the WTO for almost 6 years. It was at the time where we were too Brussels-oriented. For us, membership in the European Union was a policy objective, but my role at that time was to remind people and companies in the Czech Republic that also Europe is part of a global economy, and that Czech-based company should be able to find a place on global markets. But this is not the major point. The major point I would like to make is that if we want to have a continuation of robust trade flows, I believe, and as someone who has been working in this area for so many years, we have to have a reliable and credible multilateral trading system. You know that we have been trying for so many years to bring the ongoing Doha round negotiations to an end. So far, we have not been successful to make major progress on a number of issues, although I have to say that at least in specific areas like trade facilitation and certain special and differential treatment for least developed countries and developing countries, we have been able to make some progress. But the WTO, although it is a very fine organization, a very important organization, I believe that we need to have more coherence because the WTO is not equipped enough to deal with such cross-sector issues like climate change, security, energy security, food security. So here I would expect that in the future the WTO will be working more closely with specialized UN organizations or regional organizations like those which develop their activities here in this region. So I will bring these comments to an end. I'll be staying, and definitely we will have more time also for more likely and interactive discussions. So for the timing, thank you very much to organizers for inviting me, and to you all for your attention. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Couple of two very important points, that trade is no longer about hard products. It's also about the exchange and collaboration of soft ideas, which is what we call innovation. And in the innovation economy, that exchange is more, if not equally important, you know, in the new world order. And also we need to move beyond bilateral trade agreements, which are by and large placed in the comfort zone of trading with countries that we know among the communities, and truly move to a multilateral framework for which the WTO will have to become more interdisciplinary in order to incorporate the complexity of challenges, the complexity of realities that today's new world order has. Thank you, Your Excellency. It was really, really enriching. I now request the High Commissioner of the Republic of Malawi to give us his address. Your Excellency.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, senior officials of the forum. Thank you, fellow members on the podium and all members here. I was asked to speak on Africa as the new frontier of development, and I think a lot has already been said. I've decided to take a critical perspective, and I hope I'll be brief in the process. I mean, all I can say is that Africa has been very lucky because it has had the chance to observe the world and to learn from the world. Now, the advantage of Africa is implementing the type of development which is based after learning for perhaps the mistakes of what has gone on ahead. I'll be, at the end, I think I'll raise some questions. Why I question this, that Africa is the frontier, the new frontier of the world. But before that, I just want to say, you know, Africa is the most disjointed continent. It has 55 countries. And therefore, it has no economies of scale. If you look at Africa, trade between African countries is only 15% or less than 15%. Most of the trade in Africa is with outside the continent. Most countries export their products outside the continent and they import them back as processed products. So that does not augur well for Africa. But the good news is we have learned out of this, and perhaps the most important agenda now in Africa is the integration agenda. Under the African Union, Africa is coming together, forming a free trade market. We are moving from removing some tariff and non-tariff trade barriers. We have started at what we call regional economic communities, and we are moving up towards the continent. Most of you must have read recently that as a resolution taken by heads of state, 3 trading blocs, the Southern Africa development countries, COMESA, and East Africa, they have come together to form one free trade area. So we are actually moving towards making Africa more integrated. These countries coming to form this one bloc, it has increased trade in these countries by over 140%. And the population in these 3 economic blocs in Africa put together makes it about the 13th largest country in the world. One thing that Africa also is doing in terms of connectivity is to look at infrastructure. Africa has a program, a continent-wide program, called PIDA, which is Pan-African Infrastructure Development. And this program is looking at how to have roads which are connected, how to have communications which are connected. So we are trying to bring up interconnectivity of Africa. And within that, we are also looking at removing some of the problems of movement. If you check with Africa now, you'll see that there are a number of African countries that are trying to remove the need of visas or having visas on arrival and things like that. One thing we have learned from observing of other countries also in Africa is that for Africa to grow, it needs all its human resources, men and women, working together, producing goods and services. So in Africa, a number of policies, a number of strategies are being put together to promote gender parity. Many African countries have to report every year to the African Union how much they have progressed in terms of gender parity. This is why it's not a big record, but already in Africa we have recorded 2 heads of state, women heads of state, and I would invite you to watch this space. We are really working hard towards improving gender parity. My own country, where I'm coming from, 30% of the assembly is composed of women. And of course, there are other countries which have done better than that, like Rwanda. One thing also Africa is doing is, apart from launching what we have called the Women's Decade, which started in 2010, we are also trying to take advantage of our youth population, the demographic dividend. 30% of the population in Africa is youth. And we have looked at it. We observed, for instance, that we need to look at this whole area of skills development. What we have discovered in Africa is that an increase in the number of graduates has led also to high levels of unemployment. So we are looking at all our training systems, how to bring in skills development, how to integrate different types of skills. In Africa, we have also observed that perhaps one of the problems we had in the past was the lack of peace, conflicts between countries, and that limited our progress towards development. As a result of that, we have introduced what is called the Africa Peace Infrastructure, whereby we have systems that ensure that we can mitigate conflicts before they become worse. We have the Continental Peace Monitoring System. We have the Africa Standby Force. We have got laws that don't allow unconstitutional changes of governments. So these are some of the things that we are bringing in place. We have the African Court of Human Rights. We have the African Committee of Children's and Women's Rights. So we are addressing some of those procedures in Africa in order to bring peace. We also have observed that most of the resources we have in Africa, they haven't been effectively used to the development of the country. So at the moment, Africa is really very hungry for technologies to introduce beneficiation of our minerals, to introduce value addition before we can export products. And there is a lot of this. We are emphasizing on small-scale enterprises so that we can cover a majority of our people to go into production and not just extractive industries. Beyond that, I must say we have also learned. We have learned from the experiences that we have gone through. Africa has gone through programs like structural adjustment programs, privatization programs, land liberalization programs, intellectual or genetic material expropriation programs, and we have reflected on this. We have come up with lessons which are making now more assertive. As a result, you'll see that Africa now is having coordinated continental policies. Coordinated policies in terms of use of land resources, use of mineral resources, coordinated policies in terms of youth development policies. All these are a response because we have had the opportunity to learn from other countries. I could go on and on and on in terms of how we are organizing ourselves in Africa to address either the shortfalls which we had or to learn from the global community at large. But now when people say, there's a lot of saying that Africa now is the new frontier of development. I must say that we are taking this cautiously. To begin with, you'll see that most of the people who are saying that Africa is the new frontier for development, first of all, they are using the criteria of economic growth. Now, Africa has 55 nations, as I've said. And he said that 6 of those nations are among the fastest growing economies in the world. Now, for me, if you have 55 nations and only 6 are making it on the international scene, I think that's something which you have to take cautiously. Secondly, also in Africa, we have had this phenomenon whereby improved economic parameters hardly have had an impact on poverty and unemployment. You get all these countries churning out statistics of economic growth and all that. But when you look at poverty, when you look at unemployment, they haven't changed. So we are a bit skeptical, but it's nice to have the title. The other problem which we have is increased economic growth in Africa. Most of the time, it has had the effect of tying Africa to the world economic system. But at the time, Africa does not have much influence on the world economic system. To begin with, let me just say that the world economic meltdown, which we have experienced, Africa only survived because it wasn't fully integrated to the world economic system. But what we are learning now is attaching ourselves to the world economic system will build an issue which I think my colleague from Maldives raised. Issues of equity. Development without equity, what is that? You know, we are experiencing situations whereby markets are taking over from national decision making. And when we look at markets, sometimes we observe that these markets have no compassion. These markets fail completely to address issues of equality. So for us, the advantage of Africa is we see these things, and we are struggling for a new development paradigm. Yes, let's develop. But what paradigm do we put in terms of development? To avoid issues, for instance, of environmental degradation. We see that countries that have developed very well are also the countries which are leading in spoiling the environment. So, you know, we are glad that we are said to be the new frontier, but we are not too anxious to move very fast in that area. So basically what I want to say is that in Africa, we are moving. We are making policies. We are making sure that we include issues of integrating everyone. Our youth, Africa now is said that it has a chance of benefiting from the demographic dividend well beyond 2040, because we have a young population. And we are trying to invest in our youth. We are trying to make our development holistic. We are trying to make sure that Africa can be independent to some extent in terms of using its resources effectively. We are trying to clear the name of Africa, that we shouldn't be the continent of diseases, the continent of wars. But we are being cautious in that area on how fast we should move to be the new frontier of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Because we are really on the edge of time, I'm going to straight away request the Deputy Chief of Mission from Tunisia to give his address. Please, Your Excellency. Thank you. Can we have his presentation, Mansi? Can we have his presentation on?
Chairperson,
Yeah.
Excellencies, diplomatic colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first of all to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Aurora, Global Chairperson of All Lady Leagues, for giving me this opportunity to be amongst you today at this session, which is organized at the occasion of Women Economic Forum. I would like also to take this opportunity to congratulate all the members of this prestigious Indian organization and express the wish of a total success to this event. I would reiterate Tunisian commitment towards gender equality and women empowerment. I was asked to speak about the role of the woman in the world, entrepreneurship, and ways to enhance the role for a better partnership. Before that, I would like to expose briefly about my country, Tunisia, the women achievement in Tunisia. After that, the challenge of the women in Tunisia and the world, and finally, some recommendation. Ladies and gentlemen, you are aware that Tunisia, which is with its 11 million inhabitants, I don't know how it's works.
Can we change the slide from the control panel, please? It's not working. Yeah, can we have the next slide?
Okay.
Yeah.
You are aware that Tunisia, with its 11 million inhabitants located at the heart of the Mediterranean region, 2 hours flight from any capital city in the world, gateway to Africa, Asia, and Middle East, attach particular importance to the role of women in economic and social development in Tunisia as well as in the world.
Next, please.
What's about the achievement of Tunisian women? During decolonization, Tunisian women participate rigorously with men to fight against the French colonizer and continue and contribute with dignity to the independence of the country. Since the independence, the Code of Personal Statute, the first one in the Arab country, was adopted, abolishing polygamy and repudiation, enable divorce for women, increase the age for marriage and consent of both spouses before marriage were enacted. January 2011, what we call Arab Spring, Tunisian women are the heart of the revolution, and she has been very dynamic to create a better environment in political, economic, and social sector. On January 2014, thanks to the peaceful transition, a new constitution was adopted, and the role and rights of women was enhanced by ensuring the representation of women in elect assembly, by reinforcing the right to work in decent conditions and fair wages, and to enhance the principle of equity. This is just, next please. This is just an information about the role of the woman in parliamentary, she's rather than 30%. So now in Tunisia, women has the right to participate in politics, right to work, a right to education, of course, to social coverage, to health, reproductive rights, right to physical integrity, and the right to transmission of nationality. But now she was obliged, she was required to participate as much as possible in development of economic and entrepreneurship. Now, the role of the Tunisian woman get another steps. She has to be very creative, and she should contribute on business and on trade. Just for information, next one, please. No, just coming for, sorry for the last one. In Tunisia, we do have 15,000 less or more than women entrepreneurship. I know for India is not so big compared to the population. We are 11 million of people. So, but it's very, very important for us. 15,000 increasing step by step. And the Tunisian women, they're involved not on the handicraft product only, but in IT, in renewable energy, in industry, in services. You can see here the figures that the women share the agriculture on 27%, handicrafts, services, and industry. Just a few words about the relationship between Tunisia and India on the trade, because we are talking about trade and the global. We're reaching right now 600 million. We hope to reach 1 billion in the last of this year. The investment, sharing investment in Tunisia and between India and Tunisia, we do have Tata right now, we have Mahindra, we have Dabur, we have Tifert on phosphate, but it's not enough. We invite women now to contribute to develop this trade and the investment. What's this challenge? Challenge is to increase integrating the gender perspective in project development and budget, strengthening as much as possible principle of equal opportunity, consolidate the achievement of women, ensuring the economic integration, encourage initiative, entrepreneurial spirit, and develop sense of leader and decision making. Some recommendation for this session, and this is sent directly to chairperson. Our intention is to create a best environment for women to contribute to develop the trade and investment bilateral investment, but also multilateral investment. So we propose and we suggest an exchange experience and achievement between national women organizations in economic and social sector. We propose to develop sense of the woman entrepreneur in India and in the world, encouraging women to participate as much as possible at the International Economic Forum and exhibition. This is very important, to promote business, joint venture, and trade, create a cross relation between the women association in the world by signing a framework, legal framework, and finally create an international database on women entrepreneurs. You can see some figures in Tunisia. The politician, the ministers, some minister and the state secretary. Next. And this is Tunisian woman celebrity. So thank you very much. Hope success for this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very, very enlightening, and absolutely visiting Tunisia is totally on the cards for women in India. Thank you so much. I will now, without much ado, come to the conclusion of this session. We have the secretary from the Embassy of Guinea, who's representing her ambassador here, who could not be here. She will not be speaking, but she's here to represent. We also have a very quick message from the additional chief secretary of the state of Karnataka, which has attracted a lot of international investment. He's here to invite the excellencies and the countries and the different countries to come and engage with Karnataka. So we will have a few words with the additional chief secretary, Bharat Lal Meena.
Thank you, madam. All His Excellencies, dignitaries on the dais, all the ladies and gentlemen. It's quite heartening to be part of a great event which is evolving. This is the second year of my participation in this World Economic Forum. Last year I was in Goa. Today I am here with you. I wish the movement all the best. The two events, madam, you have organized in this part of the country. Our country is so huge, so big, so wide. So next time I think you should take it to southwards, because most of India lives in south. And today I come from a state of Karnataka, with Bangalore, its capital. It's one of the most promising happening places in the world. Even the President of the United States mentioned when he was elected that he is Bangalored by whatever is happening in Bangalore. Today, though we are in the capital city of the country, there are very many capital cities. You have Bombay as economic capital. You have Bangalore as IT capital, capital of startups, and so many other names it is known by. So there are huge, immense opportunities in that part of the country. So I would invite all His Excellencies, all the people of the globe to come and visit that part of the country and be part of what is happening there. There's a lot of things happening, a lot of developments taking place, a lot of immense opportunities in every field. Take it education, health, or any other sector. Immense activities are happening in that part of the state. So I would invite all of you to visit that part of the country. Our country, even if we are born here, even if we take 100 lives, we cannot see the varieties of this land. It has so many varieties, and in all those varieties and diversities, you find unity. That is the greatness of this nation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meena. I will now pass on to Mansi to commence honoring all our panelists today here. May I ask you to announce the first honoree, please?
Thank you, Harbeen. We're just presenting the awards for the iconic diplomats creating a better world for all. And our first awardee today is His Excellency Ambassador of Gambia to India. I request you to come and receive the award. we'd like to call upon His Excellency Mr. Milan Hovorka. His Excellency Dr. Mumbua Monlo, High Commissioner of Republic of Malawi. The next award for an iconic diplomat creating a better world for all goes to His Excellency Mr. Ahmad Mohammed, High Commissioner of Maldives of India. We'd like to also honor Aminata Thiam, First Secretary, the Republic of Guinea to India. I call upon Jamel Bojdaria to receive his award, the Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Tunisia to India. We'd like to honor Mr. Bharatlal Meena for being with us today. Founder President of Apna Desh, and we give him the award for the iconic leaders in NGOs for his fantastic work. Yes, can we all take a photograph together, please, dignitaries? Could you come together, please? Thank you very much for giving us your time today. Thank you. We're running a little behind schedule, so we'll take the next session right away. Sorry, checking with High Command. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Silence takes over, saying all we need to say. There's endless possibilities in the moves we can make. Your kiss is giving every indication. If this heart of mine is right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above. And we get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over. Let's take a slow and easy ride. Just lay back and let love take us over. There's magic here with you and I, and it's gonna take us all the way. Let's find some kind of deeper conversation. Darling, if it's right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above. We'll get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over. A night like this may never come again, and you won't want this night to end. Oh, baby, we can have it all by the time this night is over.
Good afternoon, good evening. The afternoon is rolling into the evening. We're ready for the next session. Could we settle down? I know there's a lot of excitement in the house, but let's get this one going. It's going to be an exciting one, I promise. I welcome you to this very enlightening session in conversation with iconic women in business and leadership contributing to a better world. I welcome a very diverse and rich panel on the stage. Harbeen, thank you. I invite Charity C. Lumpa from Zambia. Please take the stage. I invite Karin Wallström from Sweden. We'll wait for her. Malia Barnett from USA. Welcome, Malia. I call upon Shubha Shekhar from India. We'll give her a minute. Sue Mulhall from Singapore. Tatiana Zrelova from Russia. All right. You're popular. Welcome. Xenia from Cyprus. In her beautiful sari. Glorious. Beautiful. Ellen Chu from Singapore. I get to welcome Ellen for the second time today. Yay! I know that's you. Welcome. Harbeen, let's get this party started.
Shekhar from Coca-Cola in the audience here? She's coming? She's here in 5 minutes? Okay, great. So when she comes in, she can join in. Excellent. And is Karen Wallström from Geneva, Sweden here? I want you up, dear. Thank you. Thank you.
We're trying to have a Q&A session with all of you in this gathering today, something we have not been able to do in the earlier sessions. There's been much ground to cover. We've been doing a lot, but it is my humble hope that in this session we will be able to take it quickly and then open it to question and answer with the floor, with all of you. A very, very exciting panel here from different countries again. I'm here with Elim, who some of you heard. She's from Singapore, very multifaceted entrepreneur, again with a great community consciousness, reaching out to young people. Here's Malia, who is absolutely working in what we know as a man's domain in the industry of video games. Sorry. Oh yes, come on in, sorry. Ellen Tan is also on a panel today. I'm so sorry to have missed out. Ellen, I welcome you wholeheartedly. Okay, I'll start all over again. We've got the house full now. Shubha Shekhar, here I'll stand with from the lady on my right here. She's from Coca-Cola. She's been working with the global team of Coca-Cola on workplace, human rights, supply chain, and a lot of that stuff related to human capital. She's got some very interesting insights to share. Ellen Tan, we've got her from session on 21st. Preponed it to here because she has to leave on 21st, so we're going to listen to her here today. So Ellen is from the media industry. And she's been with Nickelodeon. She started the first advertising company for Darcy's in Beijing when China was just opening its doors to the world. Ellen Chu from Singapore, who we just heard. Ellen Tan, coming back to her, she's lived practically all over the world. United States, Canada, Singapore, Hong Kong, China. Where are you now? South America. Where are you now? Singapore now. So Ellen Chu from Singapore as well. We heard her in the morning. Extremely talented and very, almost a serial entrepreneur, right? You're one after the other in a range of areas. Malia in the field of video games, which I'm very, very excited about to hear from her today. Charity Chanda from Zambia, chairwoman of one of the biggest banks of Zambia, Zanaco. Pleasure to have you here. Tatya Zrelova from Russia. She's the chairwoman of the Committee of 20, a group of 20, only 20 businesswomen in Russia, and the entry is by turnover, I understand. You have to be above a certain turnover to be eligible to be part of the very prestigious Committee of 20. It is also an outreach partner to the Women Economic Forum. Absolutely delighted, Tatya, having you over here with us. We also have with us from Cyprus, beautiful Cyprus, Zania, who's here working on climate change, working on blue economy, marine and coastal, sustainability, and also in the area of peace building. We have from Sweden, where we know there are great parity for women in gender and empowerment. From Ganibo, she's the marketing and communications head at this huge multinational, which is a huge corporate with thousands of employees, and it is in the area of security systems. So Karen's going to be talking a little about her experiences as a leader. Without much ado, we'll start with Zambia, with Charity, with your comments on women in business and leadership, their role, their stories, their journeys, what you have learned on the way, and what we can learn from you. Over to you. Can we have a lapel here, please, on the stage for Charity? You can start and when it comes.
Thank you, Doctor. Hope you don't mind my standing. I'm a very shy girl. I speak better when I'm on my feet than when I'm sitting. Good afternoon, everybody, or is it good evening? I am Charity Chandalumpa. Is it on?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes. I would like to firstly recognize the presence of my permanent secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Mrs. Edwidge Mtale, all the way from Zambia, and indeed the people that she is with from our Zambian mission and indeed the Women's Bank.
Sorry, can we increase the volume of the lapel, please, so that we can hear her better?
Yeah. I believe that to stand here before you, I must be believable. And you must only believe in me because of the achievements that I also have. I think before I became board chairperson, I was the managing director of the Zambia National Tourism Board, the government's body for promoting tourism across the world and in Zambia itself. I did that job for close to 5 years, and then I became the founding managing director of EcoBank Zambia, to build a bank in Zambia and open its doors, the first branch ever in Zambia, built by a woman, developed by a woman on behalf of EcoBank Transnational Incorporation. And then lastly, in my recent years, I became the managing director for Airtel Networks in Zambia. You all know Airtel in India. And I was the first female and Zambian managing director to be appointed into that role. So over the years, what does it take to succeed as a female, whether you're an entrepreneur or a corporate leader? I think it comes down to self. Our society, our culture, especially in Africa, is about women being childbearing, women being submissive, women taking orders. And I'm sure most of us in here can relate to that. But when you have a foundation that believes integrity is key to your promotion as a woman in an individual capacity or as a woman in any role, integrity is key. Beyond integrity, you need reliability. You need to be dependable. You must deliver on promise. But my biggest ethos is that a woman is not a special project. When God made woman and he made man, he did not distinguish between their mental capabilities and faculties. So in all my years as a woman, in every role that I've held for the last 32 years, is it okay? It's a bit soft. It's a bit soft. Hello, can you hear me? Is that better? Is that better? I'll use the microphone. Yeah, go ahead. You can continue. I can use both? How is that? I don't mind having as many microphones as possible. I was talking about integrity. I was talking about the need for us to be self-aware. I understand the books that have been written about women, about leaning in, about being assertive, about the confidence levels. But I'm asking you a question. When you first became a mother, did you go through any sort of training? No? Anybody went for training to be a mother? No? Anybody went on training to be a woman? No? Anybody who's been on training to be a man? No? Anybody who has been taught anything that they were not naturally born with other than going to school? So the bottom line is that we have innate abilities. We have great intellectual capabilities. We do not need labels. So remove all the labels, and that is what I've learned over the years. Remove all the labels. When I first became the tourism board managing director, it was a role I took on after 2 years without a managing director. A role that I took on for the first time in Zambia, where a woman is seen heading a parastatal coming outside the public sector. And I got asked one question: what does it feel like to be a woman in this role? And my answer was very simple. So it just feels like anything else. Because on my pay slip, I don't have a gender segment. We are all women with intellectual capabilities, but we just need the opportunity to excel. It is that opportunity that half the time makes women special projects because they are not given to women. So I believe that we have the credentials, we have the integrity. We just need to be given the opportunity, because the intellectual power has been God-given to each and every one of us. And when I was starting EcoBank Zambia, I started it as the founding managing director. I was the project manager for a year, and in record time, I opened the bank. Between being appointed in January of 2008, we opened the doors to the public in August 2009. That's after taking all the bureaucracy in place. What was the leading cause for that sort of success? You have to build a team. The team around you must be able to deliver even more than you can. So believe that you have weaknesses and you have strengths. So work to your strengths and allow the women, all the people around you who have the strengths you don't have, to give you the support you need. And I believe I speak for a lot of our women and the men in here that you can only be as strong as your weakest link. For as long as you don't have the right people around you, it's difficult to ascend to any level of success, even in the home, especially when those of us who have domestic workers have a domestic worker who drives you around the bend. So it's important that we have good people around us at all times to be able to deliver on our objectives. And most importantly is that of self-belief. Do we believe as women we are capable? Women, I'm not talking to myself. Do we believe as women we are capable? Do we believe as women there's something weak in us? Have we ever seen a man carry a pregnancy? So why should that be used as a weakness for us? Why should that be our label? Do we as women feel that we can't achieve anything we set our mind to? Women, am I speaking to myself? So at the end of the day, when we address each other, let's address each other as professionals, as individuals, with something to bring to the party. Let us not sideline one another. Let us not take the back row. Because we were raised as girls, especially from me from Zambia, and a Bemba woman, to be quiet, to be submissive, to be seen, to be not heard, and at the end of the day, please find a man to marry you before you turn 25. So at the end of the day, we need to break out of these norms. We need to break out of these molds. We need to break out all the labels, because there's nothing at all that is limiting us to be the success we want to be the change we want to seek, and at the end of the day, not to allow anybody to treat us as a special project, because we are great women capable of achieving a lot more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What a great start to this panel. Self-belief, believe in yourself, assert yourself. Don't see to yourself as a separate label. Know that inner power exists and reclaim it. I will move on to Malia here to give her story for inspiring all of us.
Hello, hello. Well, I'm in the video game business, so I think we should play a game. Who wants to play a game? It's easy. We're going to have some fun. Everybody up here, play two. There's only two rules to this game. It's called stand up. First rule is you stand up when I make the comment and it's true about you. And the second rule is you can't look around first and decide who else is going to stand up. Are you ready? Everybody ready? Stand up if you traveled to come to the event this week. Yeah. Stand up if you traveled to come this week. Thank you. Stand up if you've met somebody new. Stand up if you met somebody from a country that is not your own. Stand up if you want to still meet more people this week. Yeah. Stand up if you have forgot how many cups of coffee and tea you have drank in the last 2 days. Exactly right. All right, you all may sit down. You were all good players. Thank you for playing. I just wanted to bring a little humor. We've had some very deep conversations this week. So really, in my industry, in my business, it goes a little like this. Are you ready? We run, jump, leap, stride, strive, reach, navigate, root, establish, buzz. We do a lot of buzzing. You know that well, don't you? We do a lot of buzzing. Encourage, laugh, love, and succeed. Nice to meet you all. If I can answer any questions at the end, please let me know. Thank you.
Please ask her a lot of questions. I'm going to move over to Tatiana Zrelova from Russia to address us.
Okay. Dear friends, I suppose all people on Earth would like to see our planet as a heaven where everyone could be happy. But each person has his or her own different picture of happiness, and in most cases, people even don't take care about the very existence of these differences. When they start to build a new life after each new revolution, they discover that some important, maybe even the most important issues did not get enough attention in the new world. Moreover, more and more different parties have been created, and each party has suggested its own model of the new happy society, and so on. We all know the consequences of these processes. Let's see. It might be worth to try to apply the approach which is used in a good, happy family with wise parents, where all good manners, behavior, attitude towards the good and the bad are taught by the examples of the parents, by their way of life. And not by the moral and physical instructions. As a result, the society gets young, well-educated, well-balanced, wise people who are happy, creative, and open to the new ideas. Moreover, in such families, parents learn from their children who are envoys of the universe, learn from them new ideas, new points of views, which are free from the outdated stereotypes existing in parents' generation. This kind of family arrangement is the most effective for development and improvement of each family member and the family as a whole. And most certainly, the atmosphere of mutual respect and love without any enforcement creates happier people and happier families. I would suggest applying this model of such happy family to our civilization on Earth, where different countries could be considered as different families, where all countries could free and thankfully learn from each other, with everyone having the right to choose its own point of view and the way of life. Absence of enforcement of any points of view as superior ones will allow us to avoid many conflicts that leads to wars, and will create opportunities for each country to choose its own way of self-improvement within the planet family. Possibly, this could be a way to create a heaven on Earth. During long searches of happiness in the process of evolution, the overwhelming majority of people has not even noticed how the goal to be happy was substituted by the goal to be rich. Old wise men, sages, used to say, neither wealth nor poverty bring happiness. Apparently, we have not paid enough attention to this. As we have not noticed when business aimed at the creation of material wealth has occupied the leading position in the society and has become too closely associated with state structures and governments, which were initially intended to resolve pressing problems in a country as protection of people and territory in its broadest sense. Moreover, the interest of state structures and business communities are more and more intertwining based on human relations, with increasing interest in the direction of capital and with falling care and attention towards a person and their nature. Pope Francis, February this year, in Mexico, declared, "The prevailing mentality advocates for the greatest possible profits immediately and at any cost. This not only causes the ethical dimension of business to be lost, but it also forgets that the best investment we can make is in people, in individual persons and in families. The best investment is creating opportunities. The prevailing mentality puts the flow of people at the service of the flow of capital, resulting in many cases in the exploitation of employees as if they were objects to be used and discarded. There is no clear cardinal exit from this situation, but it is already possible to use some results of scientific researches and propose solutions to improve the situation in some areas of our life. And since the business and the government are becoming one entity in many countries, we should consider to place the responsibility for more and more social issues that used to be taken care of by the state on business communities now. As well, we should accept the fact that the whole survival issue is as much a task of the business people as of anyone else. It might be reasonable to create some kind of agency with the main purpose to search for solutions of this kind of problems, informing the world community of breakthroughs and increasing the interest to innovations in this area. I suggest in the resolution of our forum to make the appeal to all state and business structures to set the highest priority on the solution of the survival tasks. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of food for thought there. So we started with self-belief. No one needs to tell you you have the power. You need to just know that you have it. And then we came to the importance of playfulness, of humor, of being true to yourself and putting yourself out there and not waiting on the back foot too far. And with Tatiana, we spoke about the need for happiness. And never forgetting, whether you're in business or wherever you are, that the first and foremost priority is to be happy and to build in that the company, which of course in the manner of any business, which will have its struggles for survival. But if you're happy, you'll go through the highs, you'll go through the lows without getting cracked up on any either side. With that, I pass to Ellen Chu, who's going to give us her piece of advice. Ellen.
Can I use yours because it sounds nicer? And there's power in the mic when it hands over to me. I'm very excited. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm very excited to be here. And we really want to thank you for, having for, this event. And half the time we forget to thank the change maker, or we forget to thank the women who inspire us, who impact our lives. And here you are. I have the blue ribbon. And this is a blue ribbon that said, who you are make a difference in my life. And you have a few more here that you're supposed to give to someone who you feel have impacted your life. So this is for you. So you have to give to someone that have impacted your life. Yes. Yes, you can do that later. Okay, here you are. Yes. Here you are. So who you are make a difference in Habin's life. Yes. Deborah. All right, you introduced me to so much goodness. Thank you. You are goodness. I'm repeating. So remember, I know you all have someone that you really want to tell, them that they make a difference in your life. I have more blue ribbon here, and that, after this session, you can collect the blue ribbon so you can give it to someone who meant something to you. But I'm here because I'm very excited because the next lap of my life, I want to raise a generation of young people, and also from young people to women and to change makers to out there who are changing and impacting lives. I think Clay Christensen once said, how do we measure our life, at the end of the day? Or how do we measure our life? Many of us measure our life by the luxury goods we have, the handbags we carry, the shoes we have. Many of us have the luxury cars. Many of us have the watches, the yacht, the plane, and things and holidays, as a comparison for wealth. But when one day, when you go and see your God says, how do you measure your life? And he's going to tell you, by the talent I gave you, how many lives have you impacted? So I believe this event with the Women Economic Forum is to bring us together, to come together for great ideas that we can implement and to be able to make life better in our countries and out there where we can add value to people's life and how many lives we can impact. And I'm very excited because I'm going to start working on a Ilim Chu TV channel where I'm going to start interviewing change makers where we can all learn from and that we can all share. And Habin will be one fabulous woman I want to interview, and many of you as well, so we can impact lives, right? Before I leave, I'm also part of a group called Singapore International Foundation, and we give seed funding to young people who have ideas. And we've given one idea from Delhi, I think in India, a group of young people called Social Cop, using your app to help to solve community issues through an app. And they actually have won some recognition. And now, on the standing for the funding, there's another group, and I hope they win, but they are now in the next selection, and they are going to have taxi app, only women for women taxi. And I think in India, you can understand that. So you see, people are coming up with ideas to solve social issues. And I believe all of us connected women here are able to mentor, inspire, if we can fund some of the project to get them started, and we are able to connect them to change, I believe we are all very powerful together in WEF. So once again, I thank you, and let's be a change maker together, and let's change the world together. Thank you.
Always, always so inspiring listening to you, and thank you for this blue ribbon. I think it's a great idea. We often forget to thank the people who are there in our lives and who are constantly making a difference, and this is an antidote to taking them for granted. And when we take them for granted, we let go of the opportunity of receiving a lot of energy and having those people really plug into the source of empowerment that these people are in our lives. And the moment you do that, you plug in. You plug into the energy that they give. We have a similar tradition at All Ladies League. I don't know if some of you tried it. On the lower ground floor where the parallel sessions are, there is a Shakti Bandhan. And the whole idea is it's just a thread, Any thread, anywhere, you got it. You got the Shakti Bandhan. And the Shakti is, I stand with you, dear sister, with my power, my inner power. And there have been a lot of brothers across the world. Whenever I go, I tie it to the sisters. And the brothers come up and say, well, why not include us? And the Shakti is for everybody, tying it to one another. And like you said, let's contribute. Let's impact, let's reach out, let's share. And that's one of the biggest takeaways of leadership, right? And using your business platform, your success, to never forget all these people around us who remain a source of our empowerment foremost. And by serving them, we serve ourselves the most. So thank you, LM, for bringing that home. It's very important that we remind ourselves of those lessons. And coming from achievers like you, we bring home the point that if you are saying it, it must be right. So thank you for that. I'm also looking for a missing speaker here. Sue Mulhall, are you here? She's not here? She couldn't be here? She couldn't be here. Okay, no problem. So we'll continue with our next speaker here from Cyprus. You look great in green, and I think you're also echoing what you do. You work on the blue and green economy. You work on the environment. You work on climate sustainability and safeguarding and protecting marine life and coastal life. So over to you. Xenia is a coastal engineer, and when we were in touch with Cyprus, the ambassador of Cyprus told me, I will introduce you to the best woman in Cyprus. Ladies and gentlemen, the best woman from Cyprus. Here she is.
Thank you, Harbin. As you've already learned, I am an engineer. I'm a civil engineer with my postgraduate studies in coastal engineering and marine dynamics. When I was 25 years old, 26 years old, and I had all these masters and diplomas, and I was a very proud engineer, I went out to a village that there was coastal erosion to make coastal protection works, studies. And the people of this village told me, okay, darling, sit here, we'll make a coffee for you because you are waiting for the engineer. And I said, well, I am the engineer. They said, okay, yes, okay. Sit here and we will be waiting. And I said, you will be waiting forever because I am the engineer. So this was my first contact with reality of being in a male-dominated area. And it was a surprise for me because I am blessed in my life to have men around me that always support me. This was the first actual incident I had. I had humor with this, so it didn't put me down. And now it's been 25 years since then. And what I say is that we have to smile, but we have to be strong and stand up for what we do. So I started saying that I am blessed, I feel blessed, and this is what I want to say today, to have men supporting me. My late father, who was a professor of Greek philosophy, was really supportive. My husband, who is a professor of philosophy, obviously engineers always go with philosophers, who is because you don't understand each other at all. And my brother, who is here with us, Michali, where are you, Michael? Here. My brother is a chemical engineer, and he is also my business partner. Some years ago, when we were about 30 years old, we were working in different jobs as engineers. And we were sitting with my brother, discussing as brothers and sisters discuss, and was saying, what is success? What is a successful company? What is a successful enterprise? And we started questioning, is it correct to estimate success based on money, on this number? This company is successful if profitability is this. It's a number. And we were thinking that no, since we are in the environmental and the sustainable engineering works, we were saying no, we should have profitability and success based on the three axes of sustainability, which are economy, of course, society, and environment, and have horizontal participation and equality. And this is gender where it comes to. And the other question was, this stereotype we all have for the businesswoman or the engineer woman, the lady engineer. She has to be tough. She has to be sterile. Sorry for my English, it's getting worse year after year. So she has to be sterilized from emotions. She has to be a bit or more, sorry for my word, bitch. Yes? This is what we expect from a businesswoman. And since I was already started climbing the scale of governmental employee, where I was a coastal engineer, I was saying, oh my God, I don't want to be like this. As our friend just said, I want to be happy. I want to have the right to be happy. So, just to cut the long story short, we decided with my dearest brother to give up from our jobs in governmental positions and create our own company. 16 years ago, we created our own consulting engineering company. It is a company, I want to say this, because it's not a civil society NGO. We did this, but our experiment was to see whether a company, a profitable company, can work based on the axis of sustainability and with gender issues, as I said, being happy. And we are engineers, and it is a hardcore work. Since then, we've been working in 45 countries. We develop research on waste management, on social entrepreneurship. Michalis will talk about this tomorrow. We are working on marine litter. And allow me now, do you know that our oceans are becoming plastic, soups of plastic? Because the plastic never is lost. It's becoming microplastic. And we eat it through the fish, and it is in our chain, the food chain. Okay, so we are dealing with all of these things. We are also doing construction environmental management plans in 45 countries. And at the same time, we are happy because we have trust to the people we are working with and to the people we are working for. And also, we founded an NGO, Akti. Akti means coast in Greek, because Cyprus is a small island. We founded Akti, and we are doing advocacy on sustainability. Akti is the biggest NGO in Cyprus and one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. When we founded Akti, it was not known in Cyprus what is non-governmental organizations. We went to the authority for registering, company authority, and they told us, of course it's a non-governmental, it is not governmental. No, and until then, all organizations were charity. Akti is also a teenager, it's 15 years old, and really we are building an international network for supporting women entrepreneurships through the first cluster we made in Cyprus for small enterprises, less than 10 people. So I urge you to support us. Akti, Google Akti Research Project and Research Center Cyprus, or we will be here until Friday to talk. And the final issue I wanted to say is that what are the parameters that can destroy any business activity? What are the two exclusive, we say in criteria analysis, parameters that can destroy any business. Lack of stability and war. We come from Cyprus. Cyprus, as I said, is a small island in Eastern Mediterranean, and it is known as the island of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. And it's been the last 42 years, Cyprus is divided. The people of our island are separated. Greek Cypriots at the south, Turkish Cypriots to the north. Religion was never an issue in the island. So for 42 years, there are all of these negotiations, peace-building negotiations, however, without considering gender issues. And I am very proud, because we did a lot of lobbying, and this year, 2015, for the first time after 42 years, we managed to establish the first bi-communal technical committee for gender equality. And we are working very hard, and we again need your support on this. We are working very hard to introduce gender issues, gender proof, gender budgeting, gender impact analysis into the peace-building negotiations. So we are also working very much in peace culture, which is not the issue until now. So I'm wondering, when I received this award, I was really thinking, do I make the world better? Well, I have two daughters. I'm the mother of two daughters. And yes, I want the world to be better for them, but I want the world to be better for us, for all of us, sisters and brothers, but alone we cannot do it. We have to cooperate. We have to network. We have to be together. The people who, all of us who have the same mindset, we have to become this power to change things, and we can do it if we stick together and if we come together. So, this is my final remark. Together, and if women have something to add to this world, is love and caring. And to break the stereotype of the strong woman, we all need elbow, what is this? To lean on. And we need the people to support us, the people around us. And it's not a weakness to say, I want to spend time with my children. It's a blessing. So, I'm finishing here. Allow me to share this award with my brother. We did everything together. Without him, I wouldn't be able to do anything. And with my precious men of my life, my father and my husband, who are not here. Also, I feel blessed for being here these days. It's an amazing what is happening here. And thank you very much. I love India. I feel great with this sari. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xenia. You spoke from the heart, and you touched our heart. And Xenia is also starting the All Ladies League and the Regional Women Economic Forum in Cyprus. And here we come. More power to Xenia. We stand together, Xenia. We stand with you. We stand with all our sisters all over the world. Like you said, we are also agents in peace building. So yes, there are conflicts. Yes, there are problems. Yes, there is baggage. Yes, there are sometimes irreconcilable differences. Yes, there is a lot of pain that has gone in our past, and yes, there is a lot of pain that we see around us, but it is up to us. It is for us, the women, the survivors, to rise above and raise the whole new generation above it all. And together, absolutely, I couldn't agree more with you. We can do it all. and we're going to do it all. So thank you to Zenia for bringing that point across. We are the agents of change, change makers, like you said. We now have with us Shubha Shekhar. She's lost her voice for some reason, but very brave of her. And thank you for your commitment, Shubha, for making your date and keeping your date and being with us here today. As I said, Shubha works with Coca-Cola, with the global team for Eurasia, India, and other regions. She's been working on human rights in the workplace, on the supply chain, on a lot of areas of corporate social responsibility and sustainability that Coca-Cola is working on. And she's going to try her best to speak a little, and we will pay a great load of attention to help her say what she's here to say, despite losing the voice. Shubha, thank you.
Thank you, Arpin. As you can see, yeah, I'm so honored to be here, so inspired to be here that I've left speechless. But I can't resist, saying a few words. So Arpin asked me to share a little bit about, my life's journey. It's taken very interesting turns. I started off thinking I'll be a lawyer. I'm a master's in law and a solicitor in England and Wales. But then, life took interesting turns, and I went into business and human rights, and now into CSR and sustainability. If one thinks about one's, success mantras, I would say it is fourfold. A combination of adulation, perspiration, inspiration, and some good luck or karma, good karma. So I will explain, how each of these played a role in my life. Adulation, I'm the only child of my parents, and my father has always, treated me as very special. He would call me the trump card. He never made me feel that, I was not a boy. He would always say that it's extremely important for women to be economically independent. However good your life's partner could be, but it is about the economic independence. And I've always kept that in my mind, despite, children. There are days when I didn't want to go to office, or travel. And, but that's always been in my mind, the need to be economically independent. The second part that's played a role is perspiration. I think as women, we need to excel. We need to show that, we are better than anybody. And, there is no other route to success. The third attribute, I would say, is inspiration. Inspired by people around me, inspired by family values, my teachers. Please stand up. Mrs. Chug, I happened to just bump into her today. And she's just like what I remember her. She taught me when I was in class 5. She taught me Hindi. So all of them have inspired, me to contribute, She's just the same, as beautiful as ever. And the last but not the least is good karma. I think in all our life's ways, we need to be very thankful for where we are. The fact that we are born in families that could give us education. As there are several wonderful, wonderful human beings like Malala, for example, who all she wanted to do was study. But she could not study because of the situation in her country. Thankful to the wonderful family. They have supported me, my parents, my in-laws. Times when I've been away from home, they have supported me, looked after my children. Thank you for my partner, my husband. Could you please stand up? So he's been my friend, philosopher, and guide. He's always pushed me. And I'd like to mention about a case where, from the legal department, I got this opportunity to work in the global team. My boss, I had a telephonic interview, and he said, you will go to Mexico, and you will take care of 50 countries, you'll be traveling. But somewhere inside me, I was saying, my God, I have a little child. Can I leave the child and go? It sounds also exciting, but at the end, I'm a mother. And he said, listen, go for it. Try for 6 months, we're all there. And if you don't like it, you can always go back. So thank you to my husband for giving me that push at a time when, I was faltering. And thank you for the wonderful company. I work for Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola has given me the opportunity to move from role to role, from legal to business, human rights, and supply chain, and now to CSR and sustainability. It has given me an opportunity to learn new things, make mistakes, and grow. It has given me the flexibility in my previous role. I had huge amount of flexibility to be able to work and to also take care of my home, which is an equally important part of me being a woman. So thank you for everything. Thank you, Arbin, for giving me this opportunity. I was advised by doctors not to speak, but I couldn't resist, giving my few thoughts to this wonderful august audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shiba, from speaking so simply, so straight from your heart. And I think it's, in Indian thought, we say simplicity is the greatest jewelry you can wear. And today you shine with that, you're bedecked with the simplicity, with the jewelry of simplicity. And the radiance and the light shines to all of us and inspires us to get in touch with our own simplicity of our own heart. And the way you just expressed and included everybody, that's precisely the point of all. Women's leadership for including all. That's what women are, right? I will go now to our guest from Sweden, Karin, who's here from Ganibo, a huge company. She's going to be talking about the little and huge strides she's making in her leadership.
Yes, thank you for that, Arbin. And first of all, thank you everyone for just sharing so much of your experiences here. So now I've been here for 2 full days, just getting inspiration and knowledge. So now it's my time to share. And I'm blessed in life because for the past 15 years, I got a platform with Gunebo to really explore and become an international businesswoman. So I would like to share with you 2 things that I think is critical to succeed no matter where on this planet you have a mission to accomplish. But first of all, a little bit about myself. I think that the main driver for me in life has always been curiosity. I'm a very curious person, which means that when I was 4 years old, of course, I learned how to read. So I can start to explore the world. But more importantly, to read the bus table, so I can get off the tiny little island in the Swedish archipelago where I was born. This curiosity later in life made me become a journalist, a business journalist. And after 2 years, I made an interview with the president and CEO of Gunebo. Now I was approximately 25 years old, and after the interview, I must have done something right. He didn't even ask me, he just told me, you come and work for me. And then you should know that Gunebo is a really heavy business. We sell safes and vault doors all over the world. It's about steel and concrete. So yes, probably, I'm Swedish. This would have happened in any other country than in Sweden, but it happened to me. Because what our president needed was someone with expertise in communication that could help him to merge all those 129 different companies acquired all across the globe into one group. Okay? So here, that was what I had in front of me. And then I was pushed out in the world, 25 years old. How do you sort things out? I always had the same mission, no matter where I came, and that was to unite, to build a common Gunebo culture, to make people want to work towards the same goal. And then leaving behind maybe hundreds of years of tradition that they had in the acquired company. So what I then learned was 2 things. First of all, the importance of recognition. You didn't have to accept everything, but you have to recognize cultures, history, the people in front of you, If it's a subordinate or if it's a boss, it doesn't matter. Everyone loves recognition. And if you feel recognized, if you feel that someone that wants you to make a big change really understands you, it's a lot easier to make them do what you want. So that's my first hard learning. That's recognition. And it goes for everything. In business life, just as well as in private life. And the second learning is, of course, communication. Open, honest communication. Dare to share. Success, failure, happiness, whatever. You have to be honest to yourself and the person you talk to. Especially if you want to accomplish things in a totally different culture where you don't have the full history. Don't try to make things fluffy. So I think with those two tools, to really recognize what I have in front of me, and to encourage an open and honest communication, and dare to share. That is how I have accomplished and will continue to accomplish my business goals. And that's what I wanted to share with you here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. I will now move to speaker Ellen Ten, who is into the field of media, as I already introduced her, and I didn't call her that time, so I'm going to call her now. We just met today. We've been corresponding, introduced by Deborah, and we just discovered we had so many things in common, and we hugged each other, and we cried. So, welcome. Welcome to India.
Thank you, Harbin. Thank you, everyone. I think Harbin mentioned that I work in media, and my last job was really to basically run Nickelodeon channels. You all might know it. It's a channel for children. And part of that responsibility was to actually develop programming, creative content, inspirations that would motivate children. And I think my transition into this children's sphere came from an earlier career in branding. I had the privilege of working in an advertising agency for a long period of time. And part of advertising and branding, in a nutshell, is about gathering insights. Insights that motivate, that push, that pull, that curate, that inspire. And I was very blessed to work with multi-companies with bright minds, to be able to see different business solutions, complex problems, all these different things. But I'm here to tell you about 3 things that is my insight from all my years of working. One is that we're all human. And at the end of the day, we all love, we all feel hurt, we all have pain, we all have joy. And if you dig deep beyond the surface, you'll find that this is the thread that holds us all together, and this is the power that motivates us. So, that is the first insight. We're all human. The second insight is really, I think, what a lot of you have alluded to, the importance of role models. I've worked with a lot of companies, and the idea of an operation or a business structure is always the creation of silos. The idea is to break the silos, is to bring the common thread of conversation that motivates and builds, and the importance of finding role models that push this through and actually build it in the culture of companies. And that is the essence of company culture that will prevail every downturn that a company will go through. And the third and last thing that I believe that I found is the idea of creativity. There's nothing that actually stops you in terms of building whatever you want to build. And there's a word out there that nobody likes to talk about. It's the word of being selfish. And I say be selfish. Once you find who you are, what it is that you want to be, what it is that you want to build, be selfish in protecting that. Because it's so easy to get derailed. And that's what I have to share.
Thank you so much, Ellen, especially for that, those last words. And I say something similar to myself in different words. And I say that we all have an innocent inner child inside of us. So just like we will move mountains to protect our own child in flesh and blood, let us do everything we can to protect that innocent inner child inside of us with all the might that we have, and make sure nothing touches it and nothing hurts its innocence. So thank you for reminding us all of that, that our own innocence and our own strength inside is the real source of our power. Whoever we are, we derive first from that inner reservoir, and this inner reservoir, like in Indian thought we say, is the divine reservoir. And if you can keep it the way it is, it's infinite. You can tap into it again and again and again. Just don't pollute it with emotions that don't deserve to be there, that you can work out and process using a lot of life skills, using a lot of inspiration, and keep it pure and keep it positive and keep it enthusiastic and keep it energized and keep it very, very protected. So thank you for those words. With that, we come to the end of this session. We have crossed a little bit of the time, but I've promised you a couple of questions. So if it is okay with the house, we can let go of this 15-minute break that we normally take after a session. And so I can take a couple of questions from the floor here, and then we will straight away chain into the next session, which is with women policy makers from across the world. If that's okay with everybody, should we do that, or do you prefer a break? Continue? Okay. So I will open the house to questions. Is the first Q&A with the audience. Question, Paresh Rughani from London.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think your presence is more important than any presence. So that's really great. You've really added some nuggets of gold, some secrets of success, and words of wisdom. I just wanted to say, Shubha Sekhar, you mentioned your 4 secrets of success. SOS, I call it. And your name is SNS as well, short and sweet. So that's a coincidence. And I really love that. But from the other panel, I just wanted to ask you in a nutshell that, you know, winners, all of you are winners, obviously, we've seen that. But winners never quit, and quitters never win. I just wanted to know, what's your winning mantra of success? Which keeps you awake at night, which gets you up in the morning, why you do what you do? So maybe just one each, your secret of success. Thank you.
Yeah, my secret of success is always to strive to get a win-win, no matter what.
Well, this is a difficult question. And I started saying that we launched our company with my brother because we question what is success. So for me, success is to feel happy and love around me. And then any success is, and this is success.
I just follow my nature, and I appreciate very highly this opportunity to live, to be alive, to have deals and to have these relations with the world. just that, like this.
I believe I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. For me, that's the ethos of my success. And yes, winners never quit, and quitters never win. But if it's not working, quit it, adapt, and move on.
But as for me, I hope continually, using another Bible verse. So I think you just have to wake up hopeful and start again and start again and start again, because mercies are new every day, right? So you just don't know what it's going to do. So wake up with hope.
As I shared in my session, I first made my first $50,000. It was a lot of money. It was all that I have. And then my pastor came up and said, you know, we're looking for $50,000 to build 6 churches in Gujarat, India. And I gave. My sister and myself, we gave the $50,000. And 1.5 years later, we heard that, you know, there was a very bad earthquake that that happened in Gujarat, India. And, you know, everything collapsed. And then we heard that the 6 churches became the health center, the food center, the medical center to help the victims. And that's when it hit us to say we are called for a purpose ahead of time and in obedience. And when we realized that, thank you, when we realized that that is a core purpose and core value of our life and our business, today everything that we do together, my sister, is to provide for the poor, provide for the needy, and to be able to provide and change lives. And every life impacted is where we will never give up. Thank you.
I think for me it's Tara. I come from a Chinese family where failure is not a reason. No, I joke about that. But at the end of the day, it really is about, I've just lost my train of thought. It really is about just wanting to do better. I think, like this lovely lady on my left, I was fortunate enough to come from a family who believed in me. And I think because they believed in me, I have a very high expectation for myself, and I don't like the word no. For me, that word just does not exist. And for me, if somebody says no, my back goes up, and I'll prove to them that there is no no.
I totally agree with her. I think it's a question of not quitting, proving to yourself and trying to excel that keeps one going. And when there's a bad day, you know, what keeps me going is this day too shall pass and one will see, you know, better times.
Thank you, Paresh, for that question that brought out a lot of treasures from all our panelists here that enriched all of us. Another question here? Come on. You want to ask? Yeah? Yeah? No question? Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah. Suke, from Gambia, living in Netherlands. Come along. Yeah.
My voice can project. Yeah. Maybe one or two of you can answer this, or and if we have time and that the question I ask is not long enough, all of you can share with me. Sometimes people say, especially leaders in your positions and you know almost everybody in this room, we have something that keep you up at night. That thing that will affect your mountain climbing. Can you share what keeps you up at night?
So what keeps us awake at night? I will just go back to a talk that Jeff Bezos of Amazon gave on that exactly same topic. And he says, what keeps me awake at night is someone one day will Amazon.com what Amazon.com did to someone else. So that's what kept him awake at night. What is it that keeps each of you awake at night? So maybe we'll start.
I think it's, you know, a failure, fear of failure.
I don't really have a business fear that keeps me up at night. My big fear is a personal fear that I'm not raising my son right, that he's not going to contribute to be a person in the future that is going to be of value to the world that we're going to be giving to him. That's my fear.
Well, I do a lot of mentoring, and every time I meet people who gives me ideas and who shares with me their ideas, and then in the night keeps me awake because I'm just thinking, how can I value add to the idea? How can I help them implement the idea? How can I help them to find the funding? How can I connect them to people who can change the policies? How can I help them impact lives? And, every time they share ideas with me, I just can't sleep because there's so much we can do and there's so much wealth we have. And today I'm taking away with all the friends and all the connectivity here. And I feel the power that we have and that we are connected for a greater good together at the forum. So once again, thank you.
That's so like me. So I keep a pen and paper by my bed. Who else does that? Anybody else? Today, because that's going to pop in your head in the middle of the night. So it's the same thing. What's next? What's next? What am I missing? How can I help? It's always the next idea, the next idea. What do we need to do next?
Unlike these women, I sleep very soundly. Nothing keeps me up at night because I believe we need the mind to rest. And at the end of the day, if you can fix it, don't worry about it and place it in God's hands. That's for me. I pray a lot. I believe in God. I will not carry anything that I cannot change and let it keep me awake at night. At my age, 54, I can't afford to stay awake at night.
I sleep well, and really, when I just try to answer this question, something touching love came to my mind. No, nothing more, like concerns, no. Thank you.
Well, as a mother, the only thing that keeps me awake at night are my children when they were babies. Now, my children thinking about their future. But to be serious, it's an inner fear I have. When I think of war, because I was a child when I've been through this, and now that there is all this war and refugees, and this destruction in our entire Mediterranean area, and you see the people getting dragged in while trying to save themselves from the war. Yes, I've spent several nights awake because of this, and this is my deepest fear that keeps me awake.
Yes, and I still have small kids that keeps me up at night. Yeah. No, but I think that all of us from now and then have thought on how we can make the world a better place. And working for a security company in a time where I think that security is not always there. Of course, I think of how can we make this world a safer place for us, but also for the future generations.
Thank you so much for various aspects of what keeps us awake. There are many things, but I think Charity summed it up, that keep the faith. Think like what Scarlett O'Hara said in Gone with the Wind. Let's sleep tonight. Tomorrow's another day. Thank you very much, everybody on the panel. We are going to now start the honoring ceremony, felicitating with the awards you so richly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. We now begin the awards ceremony for the awards Iconic Women of the Decade in Business and Leadership, Contributing to a Better World. And our first awardee today is Charity C. Lumpa. Please come up and accept your award. Let's give her a round of applause. The next prestigious award goes to Karen Wallstorm. I request Malia Barnett to come up and collect her award for her inspiring work. The next iconic Women of the Decade in Business and Leadership Award goes to Tatiana Zrelova for her excellent work in the area. I call on Shubha Shekhar to come up and accept her award, please. I congratulate Xenia and request her being to present the award. Xenia.
Like to call upon Xenia's brother Michael, who's also here, to also receive the award. Since you've been together with Xenia and such a source of support, Michael, could you please come up on stage here and receive the award along with Xenia? Somebody else will click the picture for both of you. Thank you so much, Michael, for being who you are and being a man who's supporting his sister and supporting us all by virtue of that. Thank you.
We'd like to honor Ellen Chu with the award this evening. And our last awardee for the evening is Elaine Tan. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. We will continue. Yes, thank you. We have a group picture waiting with all of us and the awards before we conclude and move on to the next session.
And we're going to begin the next session. I know there's a lot of excitement here, but we have to keep rolling. So we're going to, I welcome you once again to this very thought-provoking session. And this is in conversation with iconic women leaders and policymakers of the decade, creating a better world for all. I'd like to call upon our distinguished panelists for the evening. I welcome Riza Gisela Banfield from Panama. Is Riza with us? Come on over. Is Dolores Moreno from Spain here? Welcome. Maria El Navarro from Panama. Welcome, take a seat. Fantastic. I hope you didn't get I call upon Kaushalya Sirivardhana. Are you here, Kaushalya? She was around. She'll join us in a second. Marty Mousy from USA. Let's give her a round of applause. Welcome, Marty. Joined by Edwidge Kem Mutale from Zambia. Let's put our hands together for the diversity in this room. Miriam Prekler from Spain is here. She's going to be translating also for Dolores. Dana Kirsch. There you are. Welcome, Dana. Parmjeet Parmar from New Zealand.
everybody. It's the beginning of another exciting session. These are women leaders in the field of governance and policy making, where the real decision making happens. So to welcome this huge diversity again from all across the world, we have from Panama, Her Excellency the Vice Mayor. Huge round of applause for her. From Comunidad de Madrid, we have Her Excellencies Miriam and Dolores, Lola. As she told me, her nickname is Lola. I'm very privileged to call you by your nickname, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for being here. Again, from Panama, we have the Vice Minister from here, Her Excellency. Thank you so much for being here. From Harvard Business School, we have Marty Motzi. It's really a full circle for me because when I launched my book, Creative Living, I did a little tour on the East Coast of the United States with a few universities, most of them Ivy League, and I had the opportunity to give a talk at the Ash Center where Marty Motzi was then the executive director and has been with Harvard for over 2 decades, working extensively in innovation and policy making. Marty, it's so wonderful to have you here and be here with us. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. We also have a very interesting input. As you have seen across all sessions, there's a seamlessness. There are small businesses, there are startups, there are big companies, there are very big companies, and we believe that today's small companies are tomorrow's large ones, and we need to take all of them together at the same time. So we have also on this panel of distinguished countries, the newest and perhaps the smallest country in the world, which is called Monte d'Agrela, which is near Italy. And the first woman minister of peace, Kaushalya Srivardhana, Her Excellency, is also with us, and we are very privileged to have you with us. We also have from Zambia, the permanent secretary for gender. Your Excellency, we are very, very happy to have you with us. From Israel, we have the Deputy Chief of Mission, Dana Kirsch, and we are absolutely excited to hear your point of view, a country which has so many things that we are all learning from, how a small country in a small span of time is now called the startup nation of the world. We want to know what makes it tick. What is it in the policy making that helps the businesses grow so fast? And here we have from New Zealand, a member of parliament who's the first Indian female member of parliament in New Zealand. Please give them all a huge round of applause. And they're going to be beginning the session. I'm going to get out of the way. And may I ask Vice Mayor Raisa of Panama City to first take the stage. Madam.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, my colleagues here and everybody. Yes, I am Raisa Banfield from Panama City. Very glad to be invited to this Energizer Forum. Please forgive me for my English, because it's better my Spanish, and I will not try to speak in Hindi. But what I want to share with you is something like that I don't have so many time to think. A woman, a man has to do what she or he has to do in the field of the leadership. Even when you are very engaged with your country, with your values, with your ideals, from everywhere you can do something. But when that engagement is called to be in politics, that is a huge and difficult part to decide. Because as I said, I am an architect, and from around 15 years, I was working in the NGOs, in the environmental activism, defending our rainforests, our water, our rivers, because Panama is a country rich in natural resources. It's much more than papers. So when this activism is called from some candidate to mayor. He used to be a congressman. He invited me 3 years ago, to be with him in the municipality of Panama, the capital city. For me, it was very difficult to say yes. Actually, during 1 year, I said no, because I don't like politics. I don't like to be involved in this about parties, because I think the environmental issues is for everybody. Everybody has to do what they have to do. So if I come in politics, maybe this issue can become something of the party of the mayor. But he said me, for too much time, you was asking to do what we have to do. Planning for the city, environmental considerations in the urban design. So I asking you to help me to do that. When somebody tells you that and you are engaged with your country, what you have to do? So I came out from my comfort zone. I came out to be a leader of, it's easier even to say what is most to be done than try to do yourself. So I was with him to an election. It was very difficult because we are in the bottom, but we won. And since that, 2 years ago, we start a process of decentralization. And for the first time in my country, we, from the municipality, retake the power of the local government that never have been done, because our country used to be very presidentialist. So with our president understand the importance to the local government, our mayor understand his responsibility, and all the entire the people of the municipality start to work on it. And he, for the first time, a vice mayor has responsibility. He gave me the responsibility of the plan of the city to build it. So with the support several governments and the IDB, we will start to make for the first time studies about the city, climate change, risk, resilience, and we have our first action plan for the city, introducing all the elements of climate change, emissions, adaptation, a green code to build an environmental friendly. And it's not easy because it's everything building up. And we receive a lot of criticism. For example, as activists, one time I hugged to a tree to defend a tree. Now I can do that because I have another thing to do. But if one tree fell down in the city, where is Raisa Banfield doesn't tie to the tree anymore? And I said, the day the vice mayor of the city has to tie to the tree again, is because the system doesn't function. So my responsibility now is to make institutionality, to work for nobody has to tie to a tree, because the regulations can protect the environmental of our city. So Panama, the unique country in the world, connecting two oceans with the rainforest, for the first time start to work in adaptation and climate change since the municipality. So when I finish this period, maybe I come back to the civil society. I don't know what I will to do, but I will be proud that I give to my country that it asked me when it needed. So thank you so much, and everybody, mucho valor y adelante. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raisa. We've heard you're a very passionate speaker and a very engaged activist, and the fact that you have taken political office has not dampened any of your spirit, and we saw that today. Thank you so much for being who you are and protecting the environment with all your heart and using the political position that you have to advance the cause of sustainability and holistic living and taking care of Mother Earth. Thank you very much. I will now move to the other side and have Paramjit Parmar from New Zealand address us for the next 3 to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Namaste and greetings. I want to acknowledge Dr. Harbeen Arora for putting this great conference together. You all are inspirational women in respective businesses and communities, and I'm very delighted to be here with you all at this conference. I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I'm a PhD in biological sciences from the University of Auckland. After doing my PhD, I continued my research, continued lecturing, but then I moved into manufacturing. I was a families commissioner. I was also on the film and video labeling body in New Zealand, that is like the censor board you have in India. I also chaired a non-government body that worked in the heart-wrenching field of domestic violence before getting into politics. Now, coming to this conference, I have to say that the way women's leadership, development, and the education is profiled in this conference, the organizers need to be applauded. And I have to say that I'm particularly impressed to see that while there are a wide range of topics being discussed in this conference, the focus still remains women. So I applaud you for that. When I was approached by Anu Sharma in New Zealand to come to this conference, I said yes. I said yes because I envision a future for women where women's rights are taken as human rights, where every woman gets the opportunity to achieve her potential. And in that world, every woman is literate. They have access to education, healthcare, legal, and economic resources on an equal basis with men. And in that world, no woman lives in fear of violence. That's the vision I have for women. And I'm sure that this vision of mine resonates with each and every one of you. We know that we have done a lot at local and international level. We celebrate International Women's Day every year. The World Economic Forum in 2014 predicted that we will achieve global gender parity by 2095. But then, a year later, in 2015, they estimated a slowdown in a very slow progress, which meant that the expected time for achieving global gender parity got pushed out to 2133. As a member of parliament in New Zealand, I'm really keen to talk about New Zealand women's future opportunities. And in New Zealand, I have to say as a member of parliament that I'm really proud to say that New Zealand is seen to be leading the way in gender equality. New Zealand is the first self-governing country to give women the right to vote. It was in 1893 when a suffragist earned the right to vote for a New Zealand woman. Since then, we have come a long way, and I recognize, like you all, we have still lots to do. Number one, education. I know it has been spoken a lot about. I value education. In New Zealand, majority of university graduates are women. 64% of university degrees are awarded to women. And in fact, in the OECD countries, New Zealand is the second highest country for women between the age of 24 to 65 to have a tertiary qualification. So we are heading in the right direction. The second thing I look at is workforce participation. And when I look at our labor force survey, again, we are heading in the right direction. Then comes public sector, our boards, the ministerial appointees. The latest gender stocktake that we did tells me that we have 43.4% women on our state sector boards. This is up from 12% in 1985. And this tells me that we have a huge pool of talented women in New Zealand. But, yes, but, what bothers me? What bothers me is the gender pay gap that we see in our country. The gender pay gap we have in New Zealand is 11.8%. For some countries, it's nothing. But for us, it's a big thing. And because I believe that any kind of such gap is not acceptable. We know there are several reasons for that. Some of them are very commonly known and applicable to other countries too. It's segregation, occupational segregation. Some jobs where we find women are more in numbers, they receive lower pay than men-dominated fields. And then we see less number of women in leadership and management roles. We also see women doing more part-time jobs. These things are fine. But what bothers me is bias, is discrimination at workplace, even if that is unconscious bias. So I said the gender pay gap in New Zealand is 11.8%. But the OECD says that, sorry, I'm losing my voice from last 2 days. OECD says that a gender pay gap is 5.6%, which is the lowest in all OECD countries. So now these two different figures, why? It's because the way we do our calculations. So OECD takes into consideration only full-time employment, whereas in New Zealand we take into consideration full-time and part-time employment too, because with part-time, of course, the income goes down and the gap increases. So you look at these two numbers, 11.8 or 5.6. What does this tell you? This tells me that our women are underemployed, underutilized, underpaid. We are not utilizing women's talents and skills to the extent we can to grow our economy. And who is losing? It's my country, New Zealand. New Zealand is losing because what women are doing, they are trading down their skills to retain flexibility. This is a common practice. Women don't want promotion. Women don't want pay rise just because they want to retain flexibility. So what do we do about it? We want sustained action over time. We want a collaborative approach from employers, employees, career advisors, and of course, the government. And as a government member of parliament, I can tell you that we are committed to achieve global gender parity and gender parity in New Zealand too. So finally, I just want to conclude by saying this, that everyone, each one of us in this room, men or women, we have a role to play. We don't have to wait till 2133, that World Economic Forum predicted. We can make it quicker. And we can make it quicker by making our contribution. How? We can help women and girls achieve their ambitions. We can call for gender-balanced leadership. We need to value and respect, differences. We need to have an inclusive and flexible approach. And we need to all work towards uprooting work-based biases. So, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you all to commit to taking pragmatic action to accelerate gender parity. Thank you.
Thank you, Paramjit. That was very, very energizing and very passionate. Thank you. If you have passionate policymakers, women passionate policymakers, our future is very, very bright, and it looks like so. I will have next from the Regional Government of Madrid, the Director General, Madam Dolores, whose translator will be here, Miriam Prickler, who in her own right is an advisor in gender to the Regional Government of Madrid, who's also here in her own capacity. But like we do not keep here professional translators because we want women to come and help other women in whichever area it is required. So we are walking the talk here. So Miriam is going to be first translating with Madam Dolores, Lola, and then it's going to be a joint presentation, so she will not be speaking separately. Together they will be speaking for about 5 to 7 minutes. Over to you.
Okay.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lola Moreno. Soy inspectora de Policía Nacional en España y la actual directora general de la Mujer de la Comunidad de Madrid.
Good afternoon. My name is Lola Moreno. I was a National Police Inspector
at the national policy. Actually, I am the Director General for Gender Equality Policies at the Ministry of Social Policies and Family Affairs at the regional government in Madrid.
En primer lugar, pedir disculpas porque no sé hablar inglés.
First of all, I would like to apologize because my English is not as good as I would like to be.
Sé hablar español y francés, entonces pedir disculpas a la organización y a todos ustedes.
I know French and Spanish, and first I also would like to thank the organization for the invitation in this event. Thank you.
Y agradecer especialmente a Aurora por su amable invitación a participar en este foro.
And I would like to especially thank Mrs. Aurora because of her invitation in order to join the Women Economic Forum.
Para ayudarme me acompaña Miriam, mi colega y amiga.
My name is Miriam. I'm here in order to help her.
Bueno, pues comenzamos. Para ubicarles un poco, decirles que Madrid España es uno de los 28 países que integran la Unión Europea.
In order to contextualize what is Madrid, we would like to start by saying that Madrid is a region that is located within Spain and it is a member of the European Union.
Cuenta con 179 municipios.
It has 179 little municipalities that all together make the region.
Y una población paritaria, un poco superior mujeres, son 6 millones de habitantes.
And there is a parity population between female and male, and in total there are about 6 million inhabitants.
Decirles también que en virtud de la normativa que regula España, partiendo desde la Constitución española, seguido por una ley de máximo rango, que es una ley orgánica para la igualdad efectiva entre mujeres y hombres, y la normativa que regula específicamente la Comunidad de Madrid.
Okay. If we want to frame the legal framework in, where the gender policies are located more or less, we have to talk about the Spanish Constitution. And also there is a legal law that frames these gender equality policies at national and regional level.
En España se reconoce la igualdad de la mujer y el hombre, la igualdad efectiva, y que no puede haber ningún tipo de discriminación por razón de sexo.
Es que necesito en inglés.
Vale.
In Spain, in Spain, there is the Madrid region guarantees that there is the equality, gender equality is guaranteed in all the female and male participation within the society in the different sectors which are at the political, social, economic and cultural areas. There is a specific directorate for gender equality policies, and Mrs. Lola is the director, and it's the body responsible to promote real equality between women and men and fight against gender-based violence.
Para conseguir en la Comunidad de Madrid esta igualdad efectiva entre mujeres y hombres, se trabajan en 6 ejes principales de actuación.
In order to achieve the gender equality policies at the Madrid region, there are 6 axes where the government is working.
La primera de ellas es el llevar a cabo convenios de colaboración, programas y actuaciones para conseguir el liderazgo y la promoción profesional de la mujer.
The first area, which is focused on leadership and professional women empowerment, has different actions, program And the first one is related to establishing partnerships and cooperation agreements between public and private entities. And then the second one is to promote the female entrepreneurship. The third is to promote programs in order to enhance women's leadership and to take actions to promote equal opportunities between women and men with the population at risk of social exclusion.
El segundo eje de actuación tiene que ver con aquellos programas y medidas para conseguir la conciliación de la mujer, la corresponsabilidad y el compromiso masculino en tanto el ámbito personal como profesional y laboral.
The second area, it aims to establish and to achieve conciliation, corresponsability and male commitment, not only on the personal life, but also on the professional areas.
El tercer eje de actuación y muy importante es en el ámbito de la educación.
The third area is related to education.
Ya que si pretendemos lograr esa igualdad real y efectiva entre mujeres y hombres,
if we want to really achieve the goal of equity between men and women,
a medio y largo plazo,
in a medium and long-term run,
es fundamental realizar acciones de sensibilización y educación.
It is crucial to take action and to promote awareness and sensibilization awareness at school, on the education programs.
Tanto en centros educativos de primaria como de secundaria.
Not only in secondary school, but also in primary schools.
Sino también con el profesorado.
And it is also important to work with the teacher and the professors at the universities.
El cuarto eje se refiere a la sensibilización.
The fourth area is related or focused on awareness.
El quinto eje de actuación, salud y mujer.
The fifth area is focused on health and women's health and how to create campaigns for the prevention of diseases, women diseases.
Y la sexta y última, una serie de actividades complementarias como son una guía de recursos, una formación para profesionales en materia de igualdad para fomentar precisamente la consecución de ese objetivo.
And the last area is focused on different actions that are related to, for example, to establish a guide for women in order to have access to new material for empowerment, capacity building, and for train themselves in leaderships and other things like that.
Por último, en la Dirección General de la Mujer de la Comunidad de Madrid también se trabaja para prevenir y luchar contra la violencia de género, que es el exponente máximo de desigualdad entre mujeres y hombres.
To conclude, there is a very important issue that from the Director General wants to emphasize. It is the gender-based violence is the highest, the most I don't understand. The most expression of the inequalities between gender, within female and male. It's expressed by the violence against women.
Y para ello se ha aprobado a finales del año pasado una estrategia, en concreto la estrategia madrileña contra la violencia de género.
At the end of 2015, it was approved by the Government Council and a strategy for the period 2016 over 2020 to fight against the gender-based violence.
Con tres ejes de actuación referentes a la prevención.
There are three main axes. The first one is awareness.
El segundo, atención integral a las mujeres.
The second one is comprehensional attention and support to the victims.
Y el tercero, la coordinación.
And the third one is coordination among institutions in order to provide the support that the victims need.
Esta estrategia tiene una duración de 5 años.
This strategy, it will last 5 years. It's from 2016 to 2021.
Y se puede descargar de forma gratuita e inmediata en la página web de la Comunidad de Madrid.
And it's available for everyone who wants to download it by free at the regional government webpage.
Pues nada más, muchísimas gracias por su atención y desde luego en la Comunidad de Madrid lo que tratamos es sobre todo de lograr que la sociedad madrileña sea una sociedad más igualitaria y más justa, como debe ser además en el resto de los países. Gracias.
Thank you so much for your attention, and what we really want to achieve from our government and the commitment that we have in this area is to achieve gender equality between men and women. And that's why we are putting all the efforts in creating new policies.
Thank you very much for a very engaged presentation and for coming all the way. I must share with all of you, when I met the Minister of Social Affairs at the Comunidad de Madrid last October in Madrid, I did not speak Spanish and he did not speak English. And we had a half-an-hour meeting across the table and I tried to finish it in 5 minutes. I thought, obviously, this wasn't going any further. But he was just so committed to what he was doing. He was a man, a minister of family and social welfare, and very passionate about the topic of women. So he kept engaging me. We kept talking with hand gestures, and I kept talking in English with a Spanish accent, thinking it would kind of get through to him. But we understood each other. And then I get a call from his office one day, just about a couple of 6 weeks before the forum, and he said he would be sending the Director General over here to speak about what his ministry, especially gender, they're doing. So no effort goes in vain. Keep walking the path. You never know whose life you're touching and what benediction you are inviting into your life, but just doing your effort and just going the path. So that was my little learning from that. It was the most unexpected quarter, and I was so delightfully surprised and happy when I got a call from the minister's office saying they would be sending in a delegation. I will now move on to one of the points you mentioned about one of the strategies that you have is to work with universities, especially on ideas. On points for policy making. And I think it's one of the very important things is the role of universities, which our Honorable India's Prime Minister had also once suggested in an education conclave, that the world over, it is really the universities, the research centers, which are coming up constantly with updated research and updated ideas and giving it to the policy makers to keep on revising, because policy making is so much about innovation, right? It's so much about constantly upgrading, constantly redefining policies that are there and removing those that do not serve the purpose, especially in a very fast-changing world, in a very complex world, where you have so many cultures existing, you have so many layers of economic, socio-economic strata, and constantly challenges of migration, which are opportunities as well. How do we process all these challenges? How do we think about them? How do we engage citizenry? And a lot of those ideas, and some of those I've signed up, Marty, to your newsletter. You know, the Ash Center's newsletter, and I constantly get these wonderful ideas emerging from the Ash Center at Harvard University, from the Kennedy School of Government, on what kind of innovations are being done on a daily basis, and these are ideas and research and empirical studies and constant engagement with the community emanating from your center, and they're absolutely inspiring, and they're actually very simple. You know, you're like, oh my God, that's so simple. Why didn't I think of that before? And the fact that you as Harvard would send those recommendations to the local governments, to the White House maybe, wherever you are Harvard, you're like a country. Their countries are smaller than Harvard. With $40 billion of reserve, you're like bigger than many countries, about 100 countries, I think. You're taken very seriously. So I think that's really the role of universities as well. And so on this panel for policy making, I thought it would be very interesting to have you on the panel, the back end of policy making, which has the time, which has the space, which has the non-political motivations to suggest what it does. Over to you, Marty, to say a few words. Thank you.
You know, when you work for Harvard, you always get a great introduction, I must say. Thank you so much. I just want to be very brief, and first of all, of course, start off by saying how wonderful it is to be here with this esteemed group of women, both here on the panel and all the many attendees that I've had a chance and opportunity to get to know over the last few days. The importance of good public policy to women, and equally important, the importance of women to good policy, is near and dear to my own professional career. Many years ago, before I vanished into the halls of academe, I worked actually for the government, for the state of Massachusetts Bureau of Equal Educational Opportunity, where I had the opportunity to work with a wonderful African-American woman from a very poor community in Boston. She was empowered and enabled by the Civil Rights Act, a piece of iconic public policy legislation that was passed by President Johnson after the assassination of President Kennedy. Because she was enabled by that law, she was able to found an extraordinary project called Project Exodus, where she had the courage to put her own children, in spite of enormous protests by white racists, to put her own children on buses to better schools in the suburbs for the good of them. And she was able to do that through this, inspired by this legislation. Next, I came to Harvard, and I was fortunate to work at a research study for the study of women's lives. Again, my life was informed and helped by another important social movement, which was the women's rights movement in my country. The Henry A. Murray Research Center of Radcliffe College sponsored and collected social science data and other scholarly research on the changing lives experiences of American women and the impact of social change on women's lives. What was incredible to me about this experience, and by the way, Radcliffe College was only enabled to be part of Harvard University in the 1940s. Before that, women had to take classes separately and were not allowed to sit in the same classroom with men. But given all that, one of the things that the Murray Center collected was the memories of the women, very educated women who went to the most elite colleges in the country, the Seven Sisters colleges. And their memories when they wrote in as alumni were extraordinarily painful to read, because here were women who had truly brilliant minds, who had the best of education, and yet because of the social strictures of that time were really sent to school to meet good husbands, and they were not able to use their minds to contribute to the greater being and the better improvement of the world. These were people, my mothers, my grandmother, and we are all here today to sort of testify to the change that has happened. Next, I worked at the intersection of culture and engagement. I had the opportunity of working with a wonderful MacArthur Award genius, actress and playwright Anna Deavere Smith. I worked as the deputy director of the Institute for the Arts and Civic Dialogue, where I had a chance to explore how the arts can bring communities together for authentic dialogue on vital but contentious social issues. Next, I went to the Kennedy School, and there I was delighted to find one of my first experiences was being able to introduce Dr. Harbeen Aurora when she came to Harvard to talk about her wonderful book, Creative Living. And when she and I talked on the phone about coming here, I told her, and it was completely the truth, that I had her book still on my bookcase and my office at the Kennedy School, because it was so wonderful to have that kind of creativity come into the kind of serious, sometimes pretty hard to understand conversations of the Harvard professors. I'll always remember it. Let me tell you a little bit now about where I work now. I've worked for 12 years as executive director at the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation. It's a center, the largest research center at the university's John F. Kennedy School of Government. The Kennedy School really is a special place because it combines scholarship and practice. It is a school that prepares future policymakers and a few presidents and civic leaders, as well as a hub for pioneering research that is timely and solution-oriented. Our community at the Ash Center is of faculty, staff, students, and research fellows, and we really do work together to make the world a better place by advancing excellence and innovation in governance and public policy. Our faculty conduct research that leads to powerful new ideas. We educate and train future leaders. We engage the public to create opportunities to elevate the level of civic dialogue. And importantly, we work closely with practitioners on the front lines to identify and disseminate innovative solutions and institutional reforms. We're interested in ideas, but we're interested in ideas that work. Central to our work is supporting Kennedy School students. Over 10% of the student body is supported by the endowment of the Ash Center. It is central to our mission. Today, here in India, for the first time in my life, I am especially proud that the Ash Center has supported a number of mid-career students from India who have now returned home and who are leading a number of exciting and important organizations here in your country. They are empowering and self-employing women. They are protecting children and other vulnerable citizens. They are sparking innovation and reform in government services. Indeed, the students that we supported from India are the best of what the Ash Center stands for. And they also just are the best, just as this forum here, I want to say, represents the best of what the world so hopes for and so needs. Finally, I want to say in conclusion that I have worked for a number of very powerful women, very brilliant women, starting with my great friend Ellen Jackson from the community of Roxbury in Boston. When I was at Radcliffe, I worked from not one, but two college presidents, one Mary Dunn, the president of Smith, and then Drew Faust, who was the first woman president of Harvard University. I had the privilege of being her assistant dean. Then I worked with this extraordinarily creative woman, Anna DeVere Smith. And I just want to say, Harbeen, that truly you are the real thing. And I think I have the right to say that because I've known a lot of really creative women. And I really mean it. I've never forgotten you, and you really are inspiring to me. So thank you so much. I appreciate being here.
Thank you, Marty. I always knew you were kind, but never underestimate the effect of kindness. It really gives you another life. So thank you. Thank you for reconnecting me to the purpose and to the calling that I'm following. And thank you for just strengthening that in a very big way today. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go on to the permanent secretary. in the government of Zambia here, who's Her Excellency is present here with us today. And we are very, very honored, Madam, with your presence. Over to you for your words.
I think allow me to first also join the others who've thanked the organizers and the doctor in particular for this conference. When I was given the letter from my colleague from the Ministry of Commerce, I was wondering, am I going to another meeting? Am I going to learn anything new? Because I think I've been in the gender discourse for over 30 years. And sometimes you wonder, am I going to learn something new? But I'm glad I came, because every day, every minute, I'm learning something new. And it's because of the combination of the way things have been organized, starting from the individual to institutions, and now we are talking about policies. And that has gone a long way to make me start thinking there are things that I can do differently, even at this stage. I thank you for that. As I indicated, it's been over 30 years that I've been in the gender discourse. And I started as a young girl, fresh from university, questioning myself what was the difference between me and my male counterpart. Because the first pay slip I got, my male counterpart got 8 out of 8, and I got 5/8 of what he got. And it's because of the tax policies that were there. As a single woman, I was paying less than him. But as a married woman, immediately I presented my marriage certificate. My salary got less than what my male counterpart was getting. I started off as a regional planner, but over time, there was another lady, may her soul rest in peace. I used to call her my elder sister. She would drag me and say, Edwidge, we have to start talking about gender. And she would drag me to meetings where every time we walked in, they would say, there come the gender women. Not in a nice way, but because we are going to bother them about taking gender into aspects of whatever they were doing. And it was not an easy thing, because I was young in front of all these elderly men. But eventually it got accepted, and now I say policies are cardinal if we are going to make a difference, especially from the part of the world where I come from. Because I'll just share with you some of the things. Like I said, we had differential tax regimes, but now it's equal pay for equal work. In addition, we've had policies put in place which have been addressing things like property grabbing. When you lose a partner, women were being left as destitutes. The government put in place in 1989 an Interstate Act. And nowadays, when you lose a partner, the first thing people say is, are you sure you want to grab the property? Government is going to follow you. So people are now allowing women to inherit the property they've worked with their partners. Furthermore, I've seen the changes where, even as we budget, we are beginning to question how much are we putting in as far as women are concerned. And some of the things we've looked at are simple things like dealing with gender-based violence. To deal with survivors of gender violence, we spend about $5.7 million US. That, if put to development, translates in us building about 500 schools per annum. And if we talk about the 5-year cycle we have in the country, we would have built 2,500 physical schools. Right now, we've got a policy where we are trying to retrieve young girls from early marriages so that they can continue with their education. but we don't have adequate physical facilities. But once we put a policy in place where we say, can we get so much that we are saving from reducing on dealing with victims of gender-based violence? Because there's an act now, and there are fast-track courts. So if a man thinks he's going to get away with it, it's no longer there. Because within a short period, the case will be dealt with, and you are likely to be sent to prison. And right now, we are going to advocate for now bailing out of people who perpetrate gender violence against the women. So with that saving, we'll be able to see these young girls access education, because the facilities will be there, one, so they will have spaces. Two, the distances, which are an impediment now, will be gotten rid of, because we have schools within a short space of the other one. There are so many other things one can talk about, even little things like having your child on your passport. Can you imagine? The only true parent is a mother. Because the father, it depends on me telling him that I'm pregnant with your child. It could be the neighbors, but I'm the surest parent, because when I give birth to my child, I give birth. But I'm not allowed to put my child on the passport. But thank God, because of putting policies in place, women now can put their children on their passports and they'll be able to travel. There were little things like family planning. The body is yours, but you cannot decide when to have a child and when not to. Because in order for you to access family planning, you needed written consent from your partner. It turned most of us at university into liars. Because what we used to do is walk into the hospital, pick up the form, turn the corner, then use your left hand to put a signature on the form, get back to the nurse and say, here I am, I've been allowed to access family planning. But again, thank God to policies, women are able to decide which type of family planning method to access, and are able to get that information. So these little things, which look so little, and yet they make a difference in a woman actualizing her potential, need policies. They need legal frameworks. So we are looking forward to a stage where we'll have policies in place and they are being enforced to ensure that all the women in Zambia access gender equity and they are able to work at par with the men. And at the same time, I think this is why we call it the Ministry of Gender, because there are some areas where young boys are not able again to go to school because they are supposed to look after animals for the families which are better off. And then thereafter, they are old enough, people say, get married. So those boys, in that case, when we look at that, we are saying, if these boys are not in school, what do we need to do? We need to put a policy in place where parents who deter or who allow young boys to go and look after animals are sent to jail. So as I stand here, I feel proud to be part of a government which is looking at putting policies in place to assist women to actualize their potential. As I talk, we've got a female vice president because there's a policy which says we should have 40% of women in decision-making positions. And the current president has assured us that we are, as I'm talking to you, back home, people are busy campaigning. He has assured the nation that he's going to pick a female running mate as he runs for president. And he has appealed to all the other political parties to emulate him so that we can have women participating in the governance of the country. I think I can stand here and speak until tomorrow morning. But I've got colleagues who are about to share. But I think with the few words that I've said, you realize that having policies in place and enforcing them makes a difference for an average Zambian and an average woman out there. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very, very thought-provoking, encouraging women to take positions of decision-making, in policy-making, in governance, and just going out there and not being at the victim end, going out there, taking those positions and making the difference. I will now request Her Excellency, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, to address us.
Good evening, Your Excellencies and honorable members of the main stage today, all women and men that are here with us. Inspired by the theme of this forum, where my previous colleagues have talked about education, environment, business, entrepreneurship, technology, and other important highlights that have been covered during the past 2 days, I wish to contribute to this discussion about the role of women in social and economic development, globalization, the vision of world unity, prosperity, and peace, something that is very much at the heart of our foreign policy and our government plan during this period. In this conversation with all of you and leaders in the main table, please allow me to refer to a recent event, the 7th Summit of the Americas that happened in Panama in April of last year. The theme, well thought about and discussed amongst all members of government, especially the women, was determined to be prosperity with equity. It was agreed there that based on the economic growth achieved in recent years, Latin American countries have been able to reduce poverty, rising above important social deficits. But the growth, the prosperity, has not been shared well between regions, between social groups, and between genders. We saw that gender gaps in employment are among the reasons explaining economic growth without shared prosperity. There are horizontal gaps in the work environment where women are generally performing the less productive work, and there are vertical gaps in the positions held in production hierarchy. This situation leads to a gross pay discrimination, as it has been mentioned before. I would like to underscore the relevance of this forum, the Summit of the Americas, in that context. Higher levels of equality cannot be attained. We cannot have prosperity with equity unless the shameful discrimination in the workplace based on gender is completely eliminated. We need to say loudly that gender discrimination in the labor market is ethically offensive and is also economically inefficient. Women live, work, and produce in a great variety of conditions and contexts in our hemisphere. However, there seems to be unanimity amongst us in recognizing our main problems and the need to transform economic practices and theories. Equality between women and men, and including the value of solidarity in economic relations and structures, are objectives that generate a consensus. Economic autonomy, the power to express ourselves, and freedom are at the heart of the personal and collective goals of all women in our region. The term equality encompasses a great diversity of realities and contexts. However, women demanding equal rights and the real possibility of exercising them share a vision of themselves where they are in charge of their own lives and play a leading role in the social, political, and economic developments of the societies they live in. Women in our region, and of course elsewhere as well, are also motivated by the urge to fill the gap that keeps growing. On the one hand, the basic needs and aims that they are striving for, and on the other hand, the conditions that they live in. Women in many countries, and in many countries girls, try to make their dreams come true in the middle of daily chores and obligatory activities. Every day, the long hours they spend at work, paid, not paid, domestic, in the community, participating in learning and training and other activities, are not enough to cover all women's needs. Some of us are able to improve our own situation, but many cannot overcome poverty nor destitution, material, social, and cultural. The overrepresentation of women among the dispossessed, the poverty-stricken, and those who do not have a political voice is still a fact everywhere in the world. Notwithstanding all the years of organized effort, including International Women's Year in 1975, the Fourth World Conference of Women held in Beijing in 1995, and the Platform for Action, as well as the World March for Women in the year 2000, the gap of women and wealth is still becoming wider. So we need to continue the efforts, and we need to continue participating in events like this that give us the opportunity to talk about it. 4 years ago, a report published by the Global Poverty Project called our attention to the facts that sadly have changed very little. According to them, women make up half of the world's population, produce 80% of the world's food, and work almost 2/3 of the world's working hours, but earn only 10% of the world's income and own less than 1% of the world's property, representing 70% of the world's poorest. This information sums up the economic inequalities affecting women, their autonomy as human beings, and the quality of lives of those who depend on them. The conditions of women in Panama undoubtedly are better than in many other areas of the world and anchored to sustained economic growth, but we cannot rest in our endeavor to improve and be more equitable. We are determined to lead the efforts required to reach the ideal state of equality without discrimination and serve as a model for the world. In that direction, one of the main challenges we face in Panama is increasing the participation of women in activities that generate income, formal employment, the creation of enterprise, to mention two of the most relevant. Of course, also the increased participation of women in politics. Specifically referring to the first two, these areas, namely employment and entrepreneurship, I can inform that Panama has evolved favorably in the employment of women in the recent years. 4 out of every 10 people who are actively in the labor market and employed in our country are women. Nevertheless, important differences are to be noted. As reflected by the Panama Labor Market Survey conducted in 2013, it established that 80% of men are active in the workforce, whereas only 50% of the women are. And in unemployment, in spite of the fact that Panama boasts a relatively low unemployment rate of less than 4%, women, above all young women, bear the brunt of being 13% of that number. Economic inequality systematically affects different categories of women. However, circumstances are particularly severe for some of them. I'm referring to the women living in extreme poverty. In Panama, like in many other countries in Latin America, we can say that poverty has a female face. Several factors contribute to that truth, with different forms of economic and social exclusion being evident or intersecting in the same person. The feedback these women get creates a vicious circle they cannot escape from. This is reflected in their families. We must not forget that a great number of women in our countries must have to take on the double role of being the sole breadwinner and the financial provider, at the same time having to assume the responsibility of looking after their daughters and sons. The existence of a dual unbalanced social and economic structure opens up another deep pit in the enjoyment of opportunities, this time due to territorial location and ethnicity. In our country, the needs of the poor are bigger in the rural areas, where 2/3 of all homes lie before the poverty threshold. The statistics also show that the highest concentration of poverty is found in territories where the indigenous people live. And in view of all that has been said, we can see that gender equality policies need to be carefully considered. The different levels of economic development in a country like ours, as well as social inclusion and territorial cohesion, need to be part of our priorities. These thoughts lead me to another key point, that our renewed agenda at the service of equality is taken into consideration, which is the need to invest in and make the most of the huge quarry of female talent found in our country, developing the great potential and creative capacity of our women. Currently, Panama is one of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean where more women are studying in all educational fields. In fact, women are the majority even in higher education. 70% of the University of Panama graduates right now are women. It is equally important to channel all the qualifications of the female population to positions of leadership in companies, in government institutions, and all social and cultural endeavors, allowing them to become the motor we need to move forward and build new economic, social, and gender equilibriums in our country. That is our commitment, and that is what we will do during the next 4 years. To carry out these tasks, the role of multilateral organizations that I am very much involved with, that share these objectives with us, is fundamental. I lost my page. I apologize. I was going to refer to specifically Goal 5 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that was really recently adopted by the United Nations. It seeks to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, putting an end to all forms of discrimination everywhere in the world. And in that context, Panama is committed to participating actively in that agenda and as a leadership position in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, we need to look forward to horizons that are both ambitious and realistic, because we all know trying to grasp too much at once often results in being empty-handed. But those of us who hold positions of leadership in public service or in private enterprises and also in our own families have an enormous powers to make a difference. We exercise it when we approve salaries, when we select personnel, when we recommend someone for positions in management, when we analyze policies or look for opportunities for our daughters and sons. At this time in history, women ask to be heard and demand to be respected for their academic, professional, and personal capacities. Panamanian women are making good progress in the right direction. All of us have witnessed the turn of women have made, how we have set out to conquer the world as teachers, architects, nurses, administrators, and holding more demanding jobs without failing to be mothers, wives, housemakers, daughters, nieces, granddaughters, and all at the same time. All of us deserve to be congratulated, all of you in the panel and all of you in the audience. We have accepted, each one in our own circumstances, a unique and special role in this world, aware that we are able to leave an indelible mark in the societies that are becoming more globalized each day. To conclude, I want to add that the government of Panama has firmly decided to incorporate gender considerations into all its policies, practices, and organic programs as a means of advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women. As a result, we endorse the gender policy that keeps a watchful eye to ensure the gender perspective is reflected in institutional programs, policies, and practices, that progress is made towards the general objective of achieving gender equality and empowerment of women, especially an economic empowerment. The public and private sector partners with the United Nations system to take advantage of its extensive experience and knowledge in different fields, advances the objectives of development that are related to gender equality, and government efforts to reach gender equilibrium within its own structures are speeded up, particularly at decision-making levels. I would like to congratulate this forum and all the Ladies League for organizing this event, especially Dr. Harbina Arora. Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here and to be able to share a little bit about our country with you today.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Minister, for that sharing a lot of extensive thoughts on what Panama is doing and the kind of challenges which are practically the same all over the world. We have two more speakers to go. I am acutely aware that we have overshot the time, and with due respect and apologies to our two speakers, I will request that we have another just 10 minutes to go to conclude, including your two speeches and the felicitation. So I will request your consideration on the matter, and I'll now request Deputy Chief of Mission of Israel, Dana, to take the stage and deliver a few words. Thank you.
Namaste, everyone, and shalom, which is Hebrew hello. It is a pleasure being here, and I think that Dr. Harbina Arora is really helping our world become better by this gathering, and it's an amazing, powerful conference and session to be able to be privileged to take part with. I think that I would like to share with you 3 ingredients that I think that helps me, give me power to be part of decision-making in Israel. And I would love to, I will speak with you about those 3 ingredients, and they are pride, prudence, and passion. And I think that those 3 ingredients, for the past 15 years, I've been able to take managerial roles in the Foreign Ministry of Israel and really help form some of the policies, and it really is think that makes me be able to contribute. The first is pride. And I think that it was mentioned also in the former session, the issue of role model and women as role model for us. And I'm very proud to take one example of my role model, which is the female prime minister that we had in 1969 until 74, Mrs. Golda Meir. And she's the third prime minister in the world. The first was a president from Sri Lanka. The second was a powerful woman that every woman in India knows, Miss Indira Gandhi. And we had the privilege of contributing to the world, the third lady. And you know the expression, founding fathers, she was really part and parcel of being a founder mother of the State of Israel since its inception in 1948. And I want to share with you her part of making our world better in an angle that I have a privilege to keep on, a vision that can keep on making happen nowadays, which when she was a foreign minister, a bit before she became the prime minister, she envisioned something that can make our world better by sharing knowledge about technology, sharing wisdom with everyone. That means that she had part of being a foreign minister, went to Africa, Asia, Europe, and so on and so forth, to bring some of the technology in education, in agriculture, and other realms, and experience it together with people in the countries she visited. And nowadays, as I'm deputy ambassador of Israel here in Delhi, having the privilege of being posted to this giant India, we are still making this world better by Israeli farmers and Indian farmers cultivating the land together, thinking of solutions to make the crops better for us and for our children. And I think that this was her vision, now continuing becoming a reality. And I think that it is really a source of pride. And for me, especially, I was born and raised in a very, very, very tiny village up north in Israel. So I'm a farmer, and now I'm able to be both a farmer and a diplomat, and able together, Indians and Israelis together, cultivating lands and promising my child, my 4-year-old son, hopefully a better world in this respect. So this is pride. The second thing is prudence. And I think that especially for us women, we have to have prudence. Because we are always much more scrutiny and much more judged whenever we assume leadership roles and whenever we are trying to formulate policies. And I would like to share with you another very prominent leader in Israel, which is Ms. Tzipi Livni. She was a former foreign minister 10 years ago. And unfortunately, as a leader, she took part in one of the wars. You know that our Middle East and my own country has been suffering some difficulties with some of our neighbors. And we had a war with a terrorist organization in Lebanon. And she chose the path, as a leader, to choose the path of using diplomacy as the tool of, instead of war, ending a war in diplomatic ways. And she established a decision called 7, never mind, it's a UN decision, and basically was able to make our piece of land enjoy peace in other ways than still fighting. And I think that this is part of our unique contribution to the world as women and as leader women by choosing and finding other paths to instead of friction and violence, to solve situation. So, and I will take you back for a second. If I mention prudence, she had been exercising prudence all of her reign. I have to take you a few years to my history. I was a captain in the Israeli Defense Forces. And at the age of 19, as a young captain, or back then lieutenant, if I'm not mistaken, I was given an assignment of becoming an officer for bereaved families, which means that the Israeli Defense Force had a special people, special soldiers, high-ranking and others, that had accompanied the families of the bereaved families that lost their boys and girls in the fighting. And the first thing out of prudence that I've done was to buy very thick and dark sunglasses. And why is that? I knew that as a woman, I will be much more scrutiny. And whenever I will shed a tear at a funeral or at a home of a bereaved families, I will be judged as a woman, not as a soldier, and not as a person who wants to bring some comfort to the family. So I think that is kind of the angle of prudence in our role as leaders, women. The last thing, the last ingredient that I think that gives us as women power to be part in the policy making is passion. And I think that you heard from each of these amazing ladies up till now, and I'm sure that we will hear it from our last lady. Everything that drives us is out of passion. And this passion helps us stick, makes us stick, and really helps this world become even better. And I think that if I'm trying to add to this, to passion, in Israel there is a word or a term called chutzpah, which is it's Israeli assertiveness, to be an assertive. And I think that each and every one of us, Israeli male and female together, have this ingredient within them. But when it comes to women, we are always be judged as being aggressive, not assertive. But this Israeli chutzpah, I can tell you, that helped me reach places that on other issues I would have said, hey, let me go back to the backstage. But this inner passion, together with this ingredient of chutzpah, with this passion to be able to be assertive and to try to make our world better, is something that really is an engine that helps us work. So I think that those three ingredients of pride and prudence and passion really can make this world a better place and make each and every one of us in this hall try to connect the dots of people from all over the globe. And you hear here today from people from Panama, from New Zealand, from Zambia, and I'm now neglecting to mention the others because I know time is running, but we are sharing together the passion and pride and the prudence that comes from our countries. And I think that that will help us be much better in our families, in our career, and for our countries. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was absolutely wonderful. The secrets to progress lies in pride, passion, and prudence. Thank you very much. Our last speaker for the day is, as I said, this is not because you're the smallest country. This is because you have to give us the cherry on the cake. Thank you, Kaushalya.
Actually, namaskar to everybody. I'm not going to take your much time here. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thankful for the Women's Economic Forum.
We don't hear you. We don't hear you. Just a second.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I just want to say namaskar to everybody, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to being part of the forum. I'm very thankful for the Women's Economic Forum in bringing together the great international women achievers on a platform to share their experience while devoting themselves for creating a better world. My dream, I'm not going to talk right now because I know we don't have that much time and all that. In brief, I just want to say that my dream is to make a difference in the many lives of the homeless children around the world. But coming right along, because I don't want to explain all that, I know we don't have much time. I would say that I would like to share something about equality. The world full of peace and harmony is an ideal path. However, equality plays a major role in creating a better world, and how we use it and implement equality is very important. Creating a better, peaceful, harmonious world, we do not have to wait for declarations to pass by our leaders. Each one of us can make a difference in creating a better world where peace and harmony must be present. Equality is another way to show respect for all beings, regardless of their creed, religions, color, and their culture. Also, we should be able to live and let live. Respect for people for who they are, trying to impose our ways of our thoughts, or is not a way to create a better world. Though Helping Hands, that is my organization, we are campaigning for humanity and are in process of building many chapters around the world for the needy children who are going to be our future generations' leaders. Please, I hope that you will join me on Wednesday, on the 18th at 9:30 a.m. to share our thoughts about how we can contribute to the society as a woman. I would like to share one of my favorite quotations from Mother Teresa. A life not lived for others is not a life. I would like to thank all the great leaders from deep of my heart for the efforts and energy that you put into making the Women's Economic Forum possible. As it is a very essential, I feel having a Women's Economic Forum now and for the future is important. I also would like to thank Dr. Arora and the entire team for organizing such a beautiful and meaningful international platform. In my language, in Sanskrit, I would like to say Ayubowan, that means may you live long. May you do good again and again and take delight in it. Blissful is the accumulation of good. And I hope everybody a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Madam. We couldn't have had a better conclusion and a fitting finale to this wonderful session, recapping it all for us. Take the goodness forward, and that's the true purpose of policy making. We'll move on to a felicitation. Mansi, may I call on you?
Yes, we do. We'll just quickly go through the ceremony for iconic women leaders and policymakers of the decade, creating a better world for all. We request Riza Banfield to come and accept her award. The next very prestigious award is announced to Dolores Moreno. We call on Maria Navarro to collect her award from her being. Kaushalya Sirivardhana, please come and accept your award. Congratulations. Marty Mauzi, please come up. Congratulations. We acknowledge Dana Kirsch for her excellent work. call on Mariam Preckler. Congratulate you, Mariam. For her outstanding contribution, we call on Paramjeet Parmar. Our final awardee for the evening, Edwidge Mutale from Zambia. Ladies, get together for a photograph, please, with your awards. Running massively behind schedule, so without further ado or a break, we're going to roll into the next session, and I invite Tia Walker to take it from here, wherever she is.
as we transition into the Inspireek Awards, I'm going to invite everybody to scoot in a little closer. Hey! So come on in a little closer. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. I think we have some happy music coming. I'm kind of feeling that. I thought I did. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We're going to get started here. Get ready to celebrate some amazing women and hear about truly some incredible people doing really not only community impacting, but truly, truly trailblazers in community. So we'll give it another minute. Lights. So I want to tell you a little bit about the Inspireek Awards and how they got started. The Inspireek Awards started when I was asked in the summer of last year. Oprah had a series that she introduced to the world called Belief. And I had put on awards for the past 3 years all over the world and got a call that asked to be a part of her Belief series, which she was introducing a really, truly remarkable series that celebrates people who have gone through some adversity, but their faith and their belief transcended the things that they thought they could not do and actually achieved amazing things. The whole idea of the series was to know that we're more alike than unalike. So she studied for 3 years in over 33 countries. She went across the globe, and her team captured some amazing stories, which actually you'll have an opportunity to share a little bit. And we have some dynamic women who are going to share part of their stories. But I've been a business consultant for over 20 years, and I have met incredible women and truly, truly wanted an opportunity to shine a spotlight on them. And the Inspireek Awards were a result of that. It started out in Santa Barbara, California, and again, it's gone all over the globe. And one of the things that makes the Inspireek Awards a lot different than a lot of awards that you may go to is that not only do we celebrate the unsung hero, but I think the same spirit that's within all in Women's Economic Forum is that we enjoy connecting outstanding women to use their talents for the betterment of their communities. And knowing that when we're together, the more we join forces, the better we all are. So that was the inspiration for Inspireek. And since then, it is now, there's actually a magazine that captures all of the women's stories, because what would happen is someone would come up and share their story, and it's like, my gosh, she was amazing. You know, we want to know more about her. So this was an opportunity to share stories, because I think too, stories are a way that we unite, the way that we inspire, and a way that we connect. So tonight, we're going to mix it up a little bit. How about that? We are going to hear some great stories, to move a little bit, to get to know some people who you may not know, haven't had an opportunity to meet yet. But I have the absolute pleasure of bringing up our very, very dynamic group of honorees, and we're going to have a little panel and discuss our gardens. Now, oftentimes we use metaphor for our own reflection of our lives. And every year since the award started, the first year it was actually soft power. We were talking about how women can actually be in their feminine and yet be very powerful, and how they can use their femininity to collaborate and to bring together versus co-op. And that was the very first year. The second year, we talked about women as change agents and the ability that we have to affect change. You know how when you go into a room, and you may not know that, I actually feel that about a lot of the women who are here, but there's just something special about them, that they kind of re-energize a room. That's the power that we have in the feminine to evoke change, and to even just by holding that and to walking a certain way in the world, we change the very environment that we're in. And then this past year, it really struck me that how is it that we actually cultivate relationships? So we use the garden metaphor as a community. And just as we would nurture and water and nurture a garden, we want to do the same thing with our communities. So what we've done is we've invited our amazing women who are our winners to come up, and they're going to be on a panel, and we're going to talk a little bit about how we cultivate our gardens. So I'd like to invite all of our winners to come up, and let's welcome them as they walk on the stage. My dear? Yes. All right. I think we have one more in the audience that's actually going to join. And Carmel, come on up. She's actually receiving an award for the inspiration behind the Belief Awards. All right.
Just wanted to say hello again.
Conversation that I think many of us have had, and that is when you know you're called to do some big work in the world, sometimes it's a challenge to stay focused. And just as you cultivate your garden, there's many opportunities for new things to blossom. And sometimes I call them the shiny objects. And they're those projects, people, and opportunities that sometimes seem like this is something that would be amazing to do, and yet it's not exactly on your path, and you know it. So I'm going to ask our panelists, what do they do when you get those little distractions that come up, when you know that you are truly, truly called to be of service, you know your purpose, and yet there are those opportunities that come up that are very tempting. What do? We'll talk with Miss Lisa.
Okay, I'll answer that question because that's a pretty common one. I have 12 grandchildren, so it's a lot of fun to get distracted with grandchildren. So I know for me, the number one thing that helps me stay focused is reading back through some of the notes that have made over the last several years, and to realize that everything's connected, that the Statue of Responsibility that we're working on, which will be the bookend to the Statue of Liberty, 300 feet tall on the West Coast, is a huge project, and it will live beyond I will live. And I know that I have a legacy that I'm creating for those grandchildren. So it motivates me to look at the dots that connect along the way and to know that that line of dots will long outlive me and that generations to come will live the benefits of responsibility.
She's so hard to follow. I know looking around this room, there are women that, we are so good at multitasking. I also have 3 daughters, 7 granddaughters, and I have many, many projects that I'm working with, especially Statue of Responsibility and women empowerment. So I think the important thing is that we have to prioritize every day. Our time and our energy is so very, very important. And I think one of the most important things that we do during the day is think about ourselves. And that's something that women don't do a lot of. So for me to really be focused, I have to really also make sure that I'm taking care of myself. And I've watched all you women having such a good time with each other that I think a lot of you really get that. But being with a sisterhood and having support is so very important. But prioritizing each day and determining what's important, but also taking care of yourself is so very, very important. And one of the things that we're doing today, and we'll be doing this week, is celebrating ourselves, celebrating women. It's so important that we do that.
How many of you have gotten lost on the journey? I just want to know by a show of hands. How many of you have found yourself thinking, what am I doing here? Like, how did I get here? Oh, come on. Come on. Right. Look around. You see that. What is it that you've done? Because I know I'm not alone, that sometimes we find ourselves in that place. And the only person that we have to go to ultimately is this person right here. And you know it, and I know it. I think that if we choose to go big, if we choose to step out of the comfortable places that we were in, it's inevitable to find those moments. And in those moments, we have the choice. And that is what I have found. I have the choice. In that place of not knowing how to move myself forward, I have to be with me. I have to listen. I have to be uncomfortable. I have to listen and follow what comes next. That's what I do.
Thank you. You know, the other part of cultivating our garden is growing some deep roots. And growing deep roots takes time, it takes energy, and sometimes we're pulled away with those distractions. But how do you cultivate and how do you actually nurture those relationships that are important to you?
Well, Tia, you just said the most important thing, developing those relationships that are so very, very important to you and to what you do. You know, I don't know, probably a lot of you know about, have Facebook, you know, but I know when I see someone who says they have 2,500 friends on Facebook, that's a joke. That's a big joke. You know, we're lucky in our lives if this many people have close friends on our hand, you know, 4 or 5 people, 2 or 3 people that we can go to. We have to have support. We grow our deep roots by connections, but connections that are stable and that are there each and every day for ourselves, so that we can grow and continue to grow our roots. So it's important to know who's on your team, who you can depend on, and who's there to support you and celebrate what you do. And that's the most important thing, for sure.
That's beautiful, Nancy. And I'm going to turn this way and look at all of my friends from Utah. We have a lot of Utah in the room. And I want to say you grow really deep roots when you surround yourself with amazing women and men who are also doing amazing things. And I have found great success with that. And I know that for me personally, one of the key things with everything I do is finding someone who can do it better than me and then ask her to be the chairman of the board. And that's a true story. So it is in part about who you choose to include in your inner circle and who you allow in your inner circle, because that street goes both ways. We need to protect those roots from weeds.
Nice. I love that. Yeah, clapping, clapping. I have to agree. For me, it has been letting, first of all, I would say it's learning how to be the more and more authentic version of myself. Because the more I spend time in there, the more I gravitate to and am gravitated to the people that fit that are those people you can rely on, that you can count on, that you know that the integrity is all the way there. You know that the love and the respect, the admiration and the support are going to be there. So I would say focusing on being my most authentic self and then putting myself out there in that place and receiving the people that walk in and letting that tell themselves to me.
Beautiful.
I want to add one thing. This is something that I know from working with women for all the many years I have, is that we also have to learn to ask for support. We have to learn to ask for help. So remember that. But again, that team of people, those group of people are so very important. But we also have to learn to say, I need help. Help me, support me.
I love that. There's a saying that strong women need to be held strongly. And I think sometimes we forget to reach out and to actually ask for help. So thank you for bringing that in, because it's so true. Now, if you were to look forward in the world as this global garden, what are you doing now that you're planting seeds for the future that you consider your legacy?
Don't give me an easy question, Tia. I think the first thing I have to say is that for myself, the global vision that I am committed to was already in here. And I know that that's true of all the people who've come to this conference. I want to recognize you for that. I want to honor you for that, as I recognize and honor myself. And in that place, we are able to have these kinds of dialogues, these interactions, relationships that we build that allow us to say these deepest dreams out loud and to go further with them and to receive the share the ideas and receive the support to be able to take those further. How many of you have done that while you've been here, right? Like, you actually get to share those things. I think one of the things that comes up with my clients and my groups that I work with the most is really asking them to do the same thing that I do myself, to look into that place inside, ask those questions, and then set the goals, the big ones, and don't stop. Every relationship I cultivate, every choice I make every day is focused towards those goals, and I'm very, very clear about that. That is the basis of the legacy that I am going to leave.
Thank you.
The message of our project, the Statue of Responsibility, is a global message. I believe that there are no accidents. I think everything that happens in our lives has a purpose. And I believe that the Statue of Liberty stands as an icon to the world. She stands and holds her torch. How many have been to the Statue of Liberty, by show of hands? Globally, a lot of you. So I know that the Statue of Liberty may stand in the United States, but her message is to shed light and hope for freedom to the world. The Statue of Responsibility, which is sitting right here, is two hands clasped together. And it comes from Viktor Frankl in his book, Man's Search for Meaning. He was a Holocaust survivor. In that book, he stated that America should bookend the Statue of Liberty by a Statue of Responsibility. I feel like that message, again, as the Statue of Liberty, is a global message. As sisters, we have more in common than we have separating us. I can look in the eyes of a woman I've never met before, and after 10 seconds, I feel as though I've known her forever. As women, we have that gift. We bring that gift to the planet. Each time we connect humanity. The message is global. I hope during this next few days to be able to look all of you in the eyes, hold your hand, and connect with you, and know that responsibility is a message that as mothers, as women, we will take forward to the world because it's powerful, and it is a global message.
Again, she's hard to follow. That's why I have the distinct pleasure of working with this woman, Lisa. And she's talking about the Statue of Responsibility. But what I'm so excited about now, and what I really am very passionate about, is this piece that we're bringing into play, which is women connecting and coming together to help to build the Statue of Responsibility. When we were asked to come to India, to New Delhi, it was like, oh, are we going to go do that? But the exciting part was that we really, I think Lisa and I, the more we talked about it, said, really, we believe women are the key, the hand that rocks the cradle rocks the world. And I am blessed with daughters, I am blessed with granddaughters. I want to leave a legacy I want to leave a legacy for them. Along with that, and we've talked a lot about that, not only responsibility that each and every one of us has, not only to ourselves, but to others, is that we want to leave something for the next generation. And this is something very, very important to me. You know, I worked on and got my doctorate, and I wanted my daughters to believe that they could do anything. And I know women in this room want that as well. You want the next generation to know they can do anything and have that opportunity to do that. The other piece that's very exciting to me, which is a part of everything else I do, is women's leadership. Developing women leaders all over the country. And there's so many of you here that I hope to learn more and more from you. But in the United States, we are working on women's leadership. It is a huge piece to our society. We are 75th in the world right now as far as women leaders. We need women like you. There's so many women here. Your countries have had women leaders. We have not had one in the United States of America, believe it or not. So women's leadership is my next piece, my legacy that I want to leave for my daughters and all the women. So I believe that connection that we're developing here by being in New Delhi is really put me on the path that I really, really feel like I need to be on. So I want to thank all of you.
And I want to thank you all for sharing your visions and truly what that legacy piece is for you. And I think we all have that opportunity. Sometimes it seems legacy is so far away, and yet it's how we wake up and how we step forward each and every day that creates that legacy. So thank you for sharing your vision. I know along the way it's not always easy, and I have an amazing woman who's going to lift us with some words with her beautiful voice. And as you take in this song that she shares with us, these are 3 things that I think we all need along the way, and that is strength, courage, and wisdom. And I want to welcome Carrie up.
Check, check. I wonder if I could ask some of you to sing along as we do this. There's those 3 words that Tia just talked about, strength, courage, and wisdom. And you'll hear it over and over again. I would love it if you would join me on the chorus. While they're queuing up the music, maybe I can teach you the tune for it. It's strength, courage, and wisdom. Okay, can you sing that? Strength, courage, and wisdom. Okay, so every time you hear that, I would love it if you would sing along with me on that. Yes! She's got it. She has got it. This is actually an India RE song. She's an American, but her name is India, so it's kind of appropriate. And she's lovely. And I think we're still queuing up the music. There's another part, as long as we're waiting, that I would love to have you sing along. Here we go. Inside my head there lives a dream that I wanna see in the sun. Behind my eyes there lives me that I'm hiding from much too long. 'Cause I'm too afraid to let a chance that I'm scared of the judgment that may follow. Always trying to be heading for tomorrow. It's time to step out on faith. I gotta show my faith. It's been an illusion for so long, but freedom is mine today. Gotta step out on faith. It's time to show my faith. Isolation had me down. Look what I have found. I found strength, courage, and wisdom. It's been inside of me all along. Strength, courage, and wisdom. It's been inside of me. Oh, we got EDRE singing too. That's awesome. Behind my pride there lives me that I want to see ever seen. Inside my voice there is a soul. In my soul there is a voice. And I've been too afraid to make a choice, 'cause I'm scared of the things that I might be missing. Running too fast to stop and listen. Just gotta step out on faith. I gotta show my faith. It's been elusive for too long. Freedom is mine today. Gotta step out on faith. Gotta show my faith. Imagination has me down. Look what I have found. I found strength, courage, and wisdom. It's been inside of me all along. Strength, courage, and wisdom. It's been me. I close my eyes and I think of all the things that I want to see. Because I know that I've opened up my heart. I know that anything I want can be. So let it be. So let it be. So let it be. Come on and sing along with me. So let it be. So let it be. So let it be. Strength, courage, and wisdom. It's been inside of me all along. Since strength, courage, and wisdom, it's been inside of me all along. Strength, courage, and wisdom. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Strength, courage, and wisdom inside of me. I found it in me, and I found it finally, and I found it. Oh, yeah. I found it. I found it. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Beautiful. Wow. Thank you. And she embodies all three of those principles. Thank you so much, Carrie. And now, ladies, we have a couple more of our winners that are going to be filtering in, but I want to just share a little bit about some of the amazing women in front of you. And we have a couple who weren't able to make it tonight, but we're going to still share their stories. So It's been interesting for me. I think I shared a little bit about how, it's like expect the unexpected, and when that happens, what do you do? And in the summer, when I actually got the call about the series that was coming out, I had a pretty full plate. But when I heard a woman who got on the phone, first of all, I was told that her team had a call and that there was a group of us that were to get on this call. And I got on the call, and it was actually Oprah. And what she said was, and she said it so passionately, she got on the phone and she talked about how this series, Belief, was her life's work, and how that she felt that this is one of the reasons why she's been put on this planet. So we're going to share with you a little bit about a woman who many of us know, and I had the pleasure of an honor.
Wide range of faiths, of religions, and spiritual practices around the world, premiering on. It is our 7-night series exploring a wide range of faiths, of religions, and spiritual practices around the world, premiering on OWN the 18th of October. As the episode you're about to see will show you, we're going to see how belief depicts through vivid and emotional storytelling, how people of strong beliefs from across the spiritual spectrum are able to connect with God and the world around them. We've been working on this project now for 3 years, and we've traveled all around the world to find some of the most compelling and thoughtful stories of what people believe, their faith, their love, their devotion to what really matters. This has really been a part of my life's work, and the reason I wanted to have a television network is to be able to share stories like these that connect people with the intention to lift them up, to take them higher than they ever thought possible. So I thank you all for the work you've done to move the messages of belief out into the world, and I hope that it will be the force for good that we created it to be. Again, please accept my best wishes for a wonderful gathering. My confidence comes from knowing there is a force, a power greater than myself that I'm a part of and is also a part of me.
We're all interconnected. We're all in this together.
You start questioning things. Why is it like this? Is God the person with the old white beard?
I just fell really hard. I don't want to be carrying that anymore.
To ask these questions is really the privilege of being human.
Hope is the simple belief that things can change.
I don't know why, I just know I have to be there. I just have to be there.
I believe in the things that I see and touch and hear.
The way I look at it, God brought me into this world for a purpose. The same as God brought every human being into this world for a purpose.
It's up to you to believe.
I want to welcome Carmel Clark, here to receive the honorary award, Belief Award for Miss Oprah Winfrey.
I'm going to start this by saying Tia and I met last year at the WEF. Some of you know that. And the amazing experiences that followed, and her being contacted by Oprah and moving this out in 7 cities. And she and I creating that first event together in Salt Lake City was really a miraculous experience. And it's a great honor for me to be here tonight to receive this award on behalf of someone who has had such a massive impact on the world. A woman who sets an example, has publicly learned, and we have learned through her and her life in so many ways. She not only is an example of what women's empowerment is in action, in the failures, in the things that don't work or didn't work, and in the successes that actually move out through her to impact and influence millions and millions of lives across the planet. That example for us is one that we can carry forward. I know so many of you do. And that is something that we are all here a part of at the WEF. We are here to come together, find those parts inside of ourselves, see them in other people, support them in each other, and move together to carry all of this forward. We are not just following in the footsteps of those who've gone before. We are the footsteps of those who will come after. And it's important and necessary, it is crucial for us to understand that and to be those steps. Thank you so much.
Another amazing woman we have in the midst who you had an opportunity to hear a little bit from earlier. I'm going to welcome Dr. Nancy O'Reilly. Dr. Nancy. Dr. Nancy is an international philanthropist. She's a trailblazer. She has empowered women all over the globe with her foundation, Women Connect for Good. She urges women to support each other to create a better world. Her lively, humorous, and engaging presentations are memorable and inspire audiences across the country. And I can say she is definitely a woman who walks the walk. I have seen it myself. Dr. Nancy serves as the director of the National Certified Crisis Team Leader in New York City after 9/11. She has several articles that have appeared frequently on blogs and Mind, Body, Green, is that one of the? Lots of them. One of the things she's really proud about and has shared with you is she is the chairman of the Responsibility Foundation. And she also is in charge of the Statue of Responsibility, which is the Pacific Coast symbol of freedom to bookend the Statue of Liberty on the East Coast. And it truly, truly is a pleasure to have this woman as a woman who believes and who walks the walk.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. You know, I think the most important thing I can say at this moment is celebrate yourself. This award should be for everyone in this room. You know, everyone in this room is doing so much. I've been into women empowerment for so long, but the first person I had to empower was myself. And so and doing that is something that women, this group really understands. I have felt for the last 2 days, I've been here since yesterday, this deep sisterhood. And this is something that we know when we find our kindred souls and we connect with one another. So women empowerment, you all have it, and it's the power to. It's the power to do the things in your life that you want to do. And as far as women's leadership, each and every one of you. My book is called Leading Women, 20 Influential Women's Secrets to Success in Business, Life, and Leadership. And I consider each and every one of you leading women. So celebrate yourselves, applaud yourselves, and connect with us, because there's so much we're going to do. And we've said this over and over again, the more women we put together at the table, the more we can do, and it just happens. And we can have so much fun doing it. So thank you so much. I look forward to meeting more and more of you over this week. Thank you very much.
A little history. The awards actually started, they were the American Riviera Woman Entrepreneur of the Year. And again, as I traveled the globe, I met some really darn amazing men who were super supportive of the feminine. And the Inspirique Awards have celebrated men and women, and we call the men the torchbearers, who truly have held, supported, and back many women in communities. And I know many of us have incredible men in our life. One of the men who we wanted to acknowledge tonight, who actually, typical of the way he flows through the world, was called to speak for a commencement ceremony, and he couldn't be here, but he sent a video. I'm going to let you see a little bit of his TED Talk so you find out a little bit about him. And then I'll share a little bit more, but he sent a video too from his car, which is really kind of funny. But we'll go ahead, and then I'll tell you a little bit about who this gentleman is.
Hi, it's Jeff Hoffman. I just wanted to say hello to you all. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there with you. I know I'm missing a great event. I'm definitely jealous, plus I love India. But I just wanted to say hello again, and thank you very much for recognizing the work we've been doing, our philanthropic work with entrepreneurs, with youth, and with women's groups around the world. It's been an absolutely amazing and fulfilling time for us to be able to help women in business, help youth, and help entrepreneurs. I have to tell you that I fundamentally believe that if you want to make the world a better place, you just unleash armies of entrepreneurs. If we could get more people to realize that they could create jobs instead of just applying for one, and if we could get more women especially to learn, to feel confident in the skills they have to create companies, to be CEOs and to be leaders, I think the world will be a better place for all of us. So again, thank you for recognizing our work. I'm really, really sorry I couldn't be with you. I hope you're having a wonderful time, and somebody eat some good spicy Indian food for me. Thank you.
Belief partners, and thank you for gathering together.
I'm going to talk to you today. I'm going to share some observations today about what it is the world's most innovative people do differently than everybody else. And I'm going to give you some techniques, I think, for how we can be more like them. To start this off, though, I want to tell you a story. I was in charge of a 5-year-old for the day. So after a staring contest, first of all, that I somehow lost, I don't know how she got me to back down. She won the staring contest, said, what are we going to do today? I said, I got to go to my office. I said, get in the car. So she starts walking across the room, and she's looking down as she's walking, and she says to me, how do they make carpet? And I said, I don't know, there's machines that sew it and stitch it together, whatever, just go to the garage, right? So we're walking along, we get in the garage, and she goes over to the car, she taps on the window, and she says, how do they make glass? And I said, I don't know, there's like fire and sand. And she's like, fire and sand? She's giving me this look like, remind me not to waste my money on a Yale education. And I'm like, seriously, that's how they make glass. Get in the car, okay? Then she taps on that thing you see, the bar that goes between the two windows. And she says, what is this thing called? And I said, it doesn't have a name. And she said, what is the thing between the two windows, the strip called? I said, it doesn't have a name, okay? And she said, if it doesn't have a name, how do they order more on the assembly line? Okay, so it's 5-year-old 3, old guy nothing at this point. I said, look, just get in the car. So we get in the car and we drive to the office. When we get to the office, I am walking across my familiar territory through my familiar employees and processes, and there she goes again. I look and I watch in her eyes, she's looking at everything. taking in everything around her and processing it. And then she starts. She says, "What is that thing?" And she says, "Why do you have two of those things? Why is that girl on the phone all day? What does that guy do?" And I said, "Please, take some markers and go draw something on the whiteboard," which she finally did. A bag of Cheetos won that argument. I went and sat in my office, and I sat there for a minute, and something significantly bothered me. And I stood up, and I said, "Wait a minute. Why do we have two of those? What is that thing, and why is that girl on the phone all day?" And I realized something really important. I lost my childlike wonder. I lost the ability to wonder about everything around me because I was busy. We get in our cocoon, right, that we're comfortable. We see the same things every day, so we stop seeing them. And in fact, it gave me a revelation. I went and got my entire management team, and I said, "Tomorrow, I want everybody to come in here and think like a child. I want you to think like a 5-year-old. I want you to bring back childlike wonder, and I want you to question everything we do and why we do it." And the results were absolutely phenomenal in the way we completely rethought our business when we rediscovered the fact that it is important, once again, to wonder about everything the way the child does. So a 5-year-old child taught me this importance of re-engineering. And I started to realize when I started traveling around the world and meeting some of the world's most successful and innovative people, they did the same thing. Only they didn't think of it as a childlike thing. They thought of it as, how could you improve the world any other way if you weren't open to taking in a complete new look all the time? You can't accept everything the way it's always been. The world's most innovative...
Okay, I don't know if... Let's give them a round of applause for sure. You may not recognize the name right off, but you have all probably experienced one of the very successful companies that Jeff founded, one of them being Priceline. And he's actually founded several other companies. He's an accomplished entrepreneur and innovator in the fields of internet, e-commerce, and entertainment. He's best known as the CEO and founder of Priceline. He's been featured in Fox News, Fox Business, CNN, Bloomberg, ABC, NPR. He's also on the President Obama's National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, along with the State Department, for which he speaks worldwide on topics of entrepreneurship. And we got to share a little bit of his talk on the power of wonder. And I can say that it's that childlike wonder and that lens, that when we adapt that and we actually look at things with a new lens, that we can reinvent and innovate just about anything. So I was sharing that really to allow you to step into a space of wonder and to appreciate someone who I met on the journey, who actually 3 years into devoting literally 3 years to going across the world and doing philanthropic work and just being of service. So we were celebrating philanthropy, and we were happy to have Jeff join us, even remotely. So thank you. Okay, the next beautiful woman that I want to celebrate is Miss Nancy. Can you come up? Oh, Lisa, we did. Lisa Clark Price, come on over. Wow. Okay, so this is definitely a pleasure to talk about Lisa. I'm having students talk about Lisa. Okay, and I love this. This begins with, Lisa is a driver. Believe me, this woman gets things done. As a young single mother, she had started her first women's foundation, Lady Hawk Foundation, and she created a line of women and children's clothing, and she had her own label, Uniques. I like that. Uniques by Lisa, and a store in a local mall. She built a real estate empire, managed over $100 million in transactions that spanned 27 decades, which brought her immense success and satisfaction. And Lisa served in many leadership positions locally and statewide. Additionally, she served as a chair for a nonprofit organization for over 5 years. Growing up with all brothers, the value of hard work and toughness has served her well. Her father, to this day, often shares the phrase, "You can do it." She has heard it almost every day of her life, and fortunately, at a very early age, began believing it. However, she still feels her greatest accomplishment is raising 4 wonderful children, all of whom responsibility, and they contribute back to the world. It's been a wild and very fulfilling ride for Lisa, but she's most excited about the role that she now plays as Executive Director for the Statue of Responsibility and the Responsibility Foundation, alongside her husband, the famous sculptor Gary Lee Price. And I want to welcome Lisa to share a little bit about herself.
Thank you, Tia. Thank you all. I've always said I believe that I am the luckiest girl I know. I know that for sure now. I am not only the luckiest girl I know, I am the most blessed girl I know. I find myself tonight with all of you. And not just with new friends, but also with my daughter. Would you stand, Leslie? This is my baby daughter. She traveled all the way around the world to be here, and she does not like flying. So I really recognize you for being here. She's part of the legacy. She's part of my why. She was 6 months old when I was widowed and left with those 4 children who I have raised by myself most of my life until 8 years ago. I was lined up on a blind date with my husband, the sculptor, Gary Lee Price, whose pieces adorn our planet. They're in most countries around the world. 8 years ago, quite by accident, I discovered the Statue of Responsibility in his studio. To make a long story short, I know that there was a small seed in that garden Tia talked about inside my heart that was planted many lifetimes ago, that it was my destiny to help bring about the Statue of Responsibility. I believe that everyone has a seed planted in their hearts. There is no accident that you find yourselves here in this room. Today, while we were on a panel, I listened to a woman named Liesel. And Liesel talked about how every person has an opportunity to make a difference. And as she finished, my daughter Leslie made a very profound statement. She said, "Isn't it beautiful how so many women here are engaged in huge projects, and so many started as tiny seeds?" My message to you tonight would be, after I was widowed at 26 years old, I was heartbroken that I wasn't able to go back to school, that I never finished my formal education. And I thought that that would hold me back. I wasn't able to continue with the things that I thought I would need to have in order to be here tonight. Every one of you have a seed inside you. You get to decide if you're going to let it grow. I encourage you to water it. I encourage you to give it sunshine and to dance in the rain and to surround yourself with beautiful people, beautiful women in particular, who will empower you. The Statue of Responsibility is an image of 2 hands clasped together, because together as women, we are unstoppable. If you want to go somewhere fast, go alone. If you want to go a really long ways, go together. I invite you to join us in creating a legacy, and I hope that I can be a part of fulfilling your dreams as well. I love you. Namaste.
Thank you so much. I think you know how well deserving, and again, I believe every person in this room could probably be on this stage, because as I've spoken to women in the breakouts and just in the hallways, truly, truly some amazing people have gathered. And I don't want to take lightly the opportunity that we have to create something that goes way beyond this forum, but can truly, truly impact for good. So where those relationships align and missions and visions align, I just encourage you to move them forward. I can say that I met Carmel last year. We actually barely spoke to each other in the conference because the resonance was so deep that I said, wow, I really like what you're up to. You know, go meet other people. We will definitely reconnect. And we did. And I just encourage you to do the same. And I have a little invitation. We have a special part as we conclude the awards. And the Inspireek Awards, it's called the Circle of Light. And the whole idea behind the Circle of Light is oftentimes, and it's quite unfortunate, but in this room I feel a lot of sisterhood. But in a lot of other situations, and I think we've all experienced that, where sometimes we forget and maybe aren't as kind to each other. And the idea of there's competition, or really that illusion of competition, sometimes people make different decisions and different choices. And I think we have such an opportunity to know that as we light each other's candle, and actually thanks to fire regulations, we're not able to do it with you, but I invite you to do this ceremonially. And we are going to light them on the stage. But the idea is that when you light the flame of another, it doesn't diminish the flame at all, but it even illuminates brighter as we light each other's flames. So I just want you to take that into your heart as these women will actually bring up, I think, I'd like to invite you to the stage to come and light with your mom. Yes. And maybe Carmel, you and Nancy can light a candle together. But I invite you to, while these women are lighting a candle and actually sharing with each other something that they really, truly appreciate about each other, that you share with someone at your table, someone who's been a part of your life, who's been an inspiration to you and lit your flame when you needed it. So maybe just share that amongst yourselves.
We're giving love in a family dose. We are
I heard that someone has a special birthday today.
The future leader, Ashley Peng from Wellesley College. Happy birthday.
We can sing happy birthday. Here we go.
This is to her.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ashley. Happy birthday to you.
生日快乐！生日快乐！
You're welcome. And thank you all so very much for being the lights in our community and being that reflection of beauty and joy and all things good. And I just wish you the absolute, absolute best. Thank you.